right, we gotta do a mic test. So that means testing the microphone. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the sound of my voice. This is the sound of my voice. Oh, right. Okay, so that works on Twitch. How about YouTube? YouTube, you working? YouTube? Come on. There it goes. It's just really far behind. Then get the camera adjusted. Okay. And there we go. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Shem Pasta. Welcome, War King. Welcome, one and all, to another Star Citizen stream here on Thursday. So, yeah, they got another P2 they're going to put together today, probably much later today. I think for PU tomorrow or Thursday, Tuesday. I'm thinking, yeah, maybe next week. Usually if they're open PTU, usually they're within a week of release. Usually. But of course, we are sneaking up on the holidays. And next week? Nah, next week's not Christmas. So they probably want to get out before Christmas, if anything. Or they could just hold on to it until the end of the year. December 22nd. That's when they release 3.0. It's alive. I remember it just like it was 7 years ago. December 22nd of 2017. This patch does not seem like it's ready to go. Oh, and it's live. All right. So what are the patch notes? What did we miss? They have like a whatchamacallit? They have Lumina this week at Starset Roadmap Roundup. That was 8 days ago. They're not even doing Roadmap Roundups very much anymore. Hey, Norse Hammer. Let's see here. I don't think we have really anything in this week at Star Citizen. Yeah, this week at Star Citizen Lumina. RSI Weekly Newsletter, literally nothing. I don't even know why they bother putting those out anymore. The fuck was that? Huh. Anyways. So, the Lumina 2955, and it's basically just the advent calendar. They have some Banu text here, which I can't translate. I don't read Banu. Light the way. Luminal continues once a year, so ceremonial lamps burn brighter to usher in a season of food, family, and festival. Every December 22nd, we come together to commemorate the millennial-old Banu tradition of lighting lamps and letting them burn until their fuel is consumed. Today, humans excitedly join the spirit of exchanging gifts, adorning their homes in red and green decorations, and remembering that while the fire glows, we're all one soul. And so for the 13 days of Luminal, the first one is a Drake Golem Ox skin for everybody for free. Starting on December 10th and ending on December 22nd, all citizens can open a daily Luminal themed surprise. Click on the calendar carefully for a carefully wrapped Luminal gift, and be sure to check back at 1600 UCC to see what else is in store. And the next one is a pistol. Because we all know what people really need for Christmas is guns. So there we go. Design a card. Season greeting. We want cards upon cards that say Luminal is here, whether it's giving gifts, feasting with friends, or stealing Gelbees from a baby. Show us what Gelbees. I love that. Like, I don't think they should actually make Gelbees a thing in Star Citizen. I think. Show us the season meaning with your digital or physical entries. Details can be found in Spectrum. Ho, 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 go, go, go. Gift boxes all the way around. You're giving presents or snatching them from your own hangar this Luminal. Either way, box off gift carrier missions or go search for harvestals hidden around the verse and carrying carrier holiday. Holiday starter packs. Generalist holiday starter pack. Is this like 2? No, it's just a cutter. Icebreaker paint, deck the whole paint. Starting money 20,000. Yeah, that's decent. 24 months insurance. Actually, this is really good. Right here, this Duelist starter pack for $60. Star Citadel Avenger, deck the whole paint, Icebreaker paint. Starting money, Air of 24 months insurance, Air View hanger. Yeah, a Avenger Titan for $60 is really decent. There's Inner Hype. Welcome, Inner Hype. What are gel bees? They're basically like sour candies in the shape of like bees. You see advertisements for them in Star Citizen every so often. $20% off a Avenger Titan starter pack. That's actually decent. What else do they got? Oh, Nomad for $76. That's, again, pretty decent too. Then you get some paints for it. These paints you got for free years ago. I think I have them in my inventory. And of course you have Impurity Centurion subscribers. You have... It's a $29.55 ship tour shirt. What is this exactly? Buccaneer Ironclad. Okay, so it has the names of the ships on the back. There we go. Is that the Ox? For the paints, yeah, I think that's the Ox. It doesn't have the carrying container on the bottom, so it's not the Golem. I have to wait for the festive offerings to load. Apparently, I've insulted the web developers. That's the Golem. Yeah, Golem. You can tell because the Golem comes pre-equipped with the mining container. But luckily, according to CIG, the Golem and the Ox paints are interchangeable. Hey, Tech Zero. Happy Lumina to you as well. Fuck Wicklow. All my homies hate Wicklow. But anyways, what do we got for patch notes? 4.5 all patch notes. So this is open to all waves. Alpha 4.5 and released for all testers. An alpha show version 10.91.78.99. Testing feedback focus, stability bug fixes, engineering armor, ship balance, repair speed, RMC will be greatly increased tomorrow's P2. Repair speed and RMC will be greatly increased in tomorrow's PTU. Vulcan renderer graphic settings updates, physicalized helmets, snub fighters, interceptor balance pass, PU loot refresh, collector rebalance, additional hairstyles. Known issues. Multi-vehicle PU engineering ships that have gone critical. Ships that have gone critical power plants but are then restored through repair or stuck in a drift even after the engine comes back on. Fix the next build. Multi-vehicle. Some vehicles' weapons cannot be allocated any power in the... Some weapons cannot be allocated any power in the MFDs. Multi-system, PU, fleet manager. Typing and search bar of the ASOP will make it freeze, doubling the input. Stormbreaker, opening safes remain open after 2 hours. Incorrect ship displayed in ASOP. Switching to a new resolution and swapping upscaling 50% causes UI RTT to draw repeatedly. Party members are not with party markers. Party markers are not with party members. Fire is being detected by some clients but not others. When using engineering kiosks, the vehicle model can become offset by active movement around it. Breaching doors and ramps will not reset after the vehicle has been repaired and players are able to close them. Gilly's missions are missing in the contract manager. Foxwell ambush missions are missing from the contract manager in Stanton. So, CIG listening to feedback has greatly increased the repair seats in the RMC used for repair tools. Deactivated degeneration from fuses and weapons and ships. Deactivated degradation from fuses and ship weapons. Slight increase in 890 jump shield health. Slight increase of Polaris shield health. Fixed incorrectly high regen for capital ship shields. Fuck, man. Oh my god. It's better to become an electrician. There you go. Fixed incorrectly high regen rate for capital shields. Further engineering screen and fire visual LOD polish. Added temperature to MFD tooltips. High temperature indicator for components that do not support it. Further ballistic ammo. Further armor ballistic energy weapon damage reduction polish. Removed melee attacks damaging physical components. I don't know, why don't you guys just create melee damage as a damage type? So you can separate it from all the other damage types. Updated the Ursa with armor inclusions. Adjusted life support mass, adding temperature to be targeted temperature instead of the current. Prevented applying unnecessary cooling multipliers to room heat equalization. And we got some bug fixes. Many potential fixes here. Missions go missing from contract matter after so many are completed per shard. Cooling systems display as offline despite power allocation. Airlock and window geometry are slightly offset, causing small visible gaps into interior. No breathable atmosphere in cargo bay area for the Cutlass series. Players still have access to the Javelin Tour Fleet Week themed dock port in August Dunlow Spaceport. Engineering screen is misaligned on the Greycat MDC. Why does the Greycat have an engineering screen? The MDC, like it's basically a single seater. Do ship weapons ground kill peeps instantly? I think it depends on where you hit them. If you hit them in the leg, no. Like size 1s. Anything above a size 2 should do enough damage. But I've seen dudes on the foot tank like a size 1 gun hit from like a laser repeater. What is it? ASOP retrieving a vehicle at an ASOP terminal will cause the screen to load definitely until it times out. Origin 400i major air interlocks lack breathable atmosphere. We should probably update the 4.4, 4.5 PTU. Acknowledged. How many times do I have to say yes to an update? Are you sure? Do you want to give your consent, Vertigo? You have to consent to, like, the terms of service. You have to consent to... You have to say yes, you would update the update. Then you have to consent to terms of service every fucking time. And then Windows asks you to consent. Are you sure you want to do this? I don't know, Zelendros. I just woke up. Supposedly there's a new patch coming. Let's see here. And they fixed a few client crashes. Velvet Diamond's about bring back turtle fuses. No. Shields drop way too quickly and fighter shield health is way too low. The modifiers just made this worse. You need to split armor into sections where they have their own HP pools per section. I think they're going to do that eventually. We can talk about we later had a video with Richard Tyler and John Crew where they discussed near absolute removal of TTK and introduced time to disable as the main measure of ship disabling. Along with Disco Land going into detail how important it is for the type of game, this game for ships to survive for longer periods of time. When are we going to talk about how it was completely canned as evidence by this implementation? At no point were there any kind of indications that continued damage to a broken hull will then bleed into the power plant, leading to the ship to blow up. Until this implemented engineering, the idea was that our ships would gain survivability from engineering, not survivability would maintain the same status quo we had for 10 years. Anyone with a ship longer than a single seat have absolute mind-blowing that we have nearly zero discussion regarding TTK changes, especially when TTK was supposed to be going away and replaced time to disable, with developers with only discussion on this topic. I'm not quite sure why he posted a picture of an Anvil Gladiator. Seen above yesterday was changed. It made all fuses and ships without interiors immune to damage except the Gladiator. Why not just remove fuses? You know what? Fuses are probably required by CIG's, The human body is sensitive. It's very sensitive. We're very sensitive here. But yeah. If I remember correctly, like, size 1 guns don't do a hilarious amount of damage to people. Yeah, fuck off. So if we go look at weapons here. Size 1. Yeah, they only do like 73, 49. Some of them had go up to 200. Yeah, so whatever MRX Torrent is, the Ballistic Gatling. Where's the laser repeater? Attrition 1. You could, if you have 100 hit points as a dude on foot, you have enough hit points to survive a single hit from like an attrition 1. So, like I said, I've seen dudes tank like the laser repeaters. I caught like one shot from a laser repeater on foot. Knock them over, but they'll stand up. Yeah, but anything bigger than a size 1 should finish you off. Even size 2 weapons sometimes. Yeah, the Scorpion GT215, like it only does 13 damage per bullet. And of course, yeah, you have to apply like the 40% damage reduction from armor. Like the Badger laser repeater only does 26 per shot. You'd live through that with like heavy armor or even medium armor. Most definitely. The attrition 2 is 100 points. Without armor, you definitely get killed from that. This is PTU numbers though. Live is probably a little different. Looks like our bitrate is being unstable. What's going on there, OBS? Are we still considered healthy? Yes, excellent. Stream health? Yeah, we're still health. We're still a model of health. So what are we doing here? So I'm willing to bet they have to have fuses inside the ship because it's required. Like, you have to have a fuse to hook up a relay or something to hook up the power plant to the rest of the stuff. But add HP. I mean, they could. That is one way of doing it. Make your character harder to kill. Hit points are usually just to indicate your character is a lot harder to kill for some reason. It could be because you're like unnaturally tough. It could be because you have more armor on. Could be a lot of things. QT beacons for contacts and QT routes don't correspond. When will the Idris airlock door not open to be fixed? Rip Javelin dock. Avengers need personal storage, guys. I reckon the Titan will be the next gold standard or Mark II. You can just throw a box in there. Just throw shit on the floor. Apparently they have added cave scanning. Lamp. I have no idea what lamp is. So what is everybody complaining about today? It feels weird not to have like a million sticky threads in general that push everything off the front page. Introducing the all-new RSI Polaris Shield Package. Okay. Yeah. What is this? I think it's somebody who's like complaining that there are shields. Are you looking for a capital ship with cutting-edge engineering? A vessel built around a gigantic industrial skyscraper-sized power plant sitting in a literally glowing coolant bath that can't seem to cool anything? A ship where half the interior volume is engine, pipe ducts, radiator vents, compressors, cryo loops, dangerous-looking tubes with 1/10 the shields of the next biggest capital? Then step right up because, boy, we do have a product for you. Presenting the size 10 torpedo boat with defensive profile of a Drake cutter. That's right, the Polaris has been reimagined from the keel up to give you that pure, authentic papier-mâché capital ship experience. Okay, okay. Now I remember Peeper Leviathan. They talked about LAMP, the light amplification thing that was going to be projected on the thing. It's the new feature that's going to take 20 years to deliver to Star Citizen that everyone's glibbed onto. They've glomped onto it. Oh my god, we have to have this thing! Kind of like them, that what's his name in the Volt weapons. Every time I see that word in my stream chat, I always think of like what is it? Christopher Judge as Teal'c saying indeed. Indeed, Colonel O'Neill. Ah. I know, Norse Hammer. It is ridiculous. Benefits include shields so thin you can see through them. Just like your excuses when someone asks why your fully capital ship evaporates to a single Gladius. A single shield generator because who needs redundancy? That's right, this capital ship, the one with the engine room that looks like a nuclear cathedral, has only one shield generator producing exactly no hit points. Authentic Drake lifestyle energy. People will see you come in and say, wow, that capital ship costs how much? Just maybe not in the way you expected to ask it. So this is a this is probably AI written. The Polar SK kit is just a mining laser to justify industrial components. Like, how bad did they nerf the Polaris on the PTU? Some people aren't exactly been very appreciative of the changes engineering have brought. So it has a Stellite, which is 27 max power pips, which is hilarious. Okay. So the Glacius shield generator, which is industrial grade A, has 270,000 shield hit points on the PTU. Now, that's also divided by 4 because reasons. But if we go look on live, on live, the Glacius has 1,026,000 hit points, shield hit points, divided by 4 for each facing, right? They buffed the shield. Apparently, the patch notes said they did, right? We go look at the latest patch notes. Greatly increased repair speed for RMC fuses, deactivated degradation fuse and ship weapons, slight decrease in 890 jump shield health, slight increase in Polaris shield health. The tiniest of increases. Fixed incorrectly high regenerate for capital ship shields, further engineering screen visual log polishes. So that is a massive amount of difference between live. So we're at 200,000. 27 divided by 2.6. That is 74% reduction. So there you go. I don't know if there's like any number for the armor. Health. Yeah. That's basically useless. Like 270,000 hit points, shield hit points can be easily just like grinded down by a single Gladius with lasers. Or a Hornet Mark II. But anyways, you have to divide that by 4 to get how much the facings. So you have 67,000. That's like a size 3 generator. Quadrant. Yeah. I think size 3 generators on live are about 100 couple thousand. Or we could just go like to the shield generators themselves instead of finding a ship with one. Yeah. So like one of the best size 3 shields, the parapet, would be 67,000. That's a huge reduction in shield hit points. See, I figured they would just kind of slap engineering on there and not fuck with like shields really. And like once the shields went down, then you'd have to like worry, but apparently CIG has an idea that shields are going to come down much quicker, and that feels weird. That they decided now that we're gonna nerf shields. You know, instead of getting everyone prepared ahead of time and like, okay, we're gonna make shields about as tough as they're going to be when engineering comes online. It's like, now we're gonna start fucking with shields, and everybody's gonna get really mad because now their multi-$1,000 capital ships are like they have glass jaws. The light fighter mafia continues to be a problem. Huh. I don't know. Does your Urkel even like list how much damage? It says hit points, but this is PTO. Arm penetration reduction, physical damage reduction, energy damage reduction. Cargo. Power consumption boosted. Pitch yaw. Nah, I don't see. And for some reason, it takes extra energy damage. I think that's just. I think this is the armor hit points right here. They just converted the ship hit points to armor. So it has. So instead of having 1 million hit points, 3 million hit points. We go look at the. I really do not like this website. Huh. That's live. This is P2. I think this is like redundant. This is like, yeah, this is armor. That's pointless. But yeah, it had 3 million, almost 4 million hit points. It still does, but I think they've turned off the hit points on live on the PTU. Assuming Gladius being able to kill a fully manned Polaris is fucking ridiculous. I don't know what CIG's doing here. In theory, armor should have made ships immune. Or you should just have void shields from like Wing Commander 2 that makes you immune to certain sized weaponry. Like if you actually want to threaten a capital ship, you need to bring weapons of like size 5 or bigger. So an Idris or a Polaris. Plus the cannons, not the cannons, the turrets should be able to shoo away a few light fighters, no problem. Torpedoes. But CIG obviously has a different idea with how balance is supposed to, like, work in Star Citizen. And I don't think a lot of people appreciate what's happening here. I know I don't. I'm kind of scratching my head. Like, why the fuck did you guys nerf shields so hard? Like, especially for the Polaris. Like, the only reason to nerf the Polaris is shields is if you wanted to die faster. To smaller, low damage weapons. And because shields don't have like absolute resistances. It's all hit points. So anything that deals damage can eventually kill a Polaris. Energy resistances. Is that negative resistance? Yeah. So shields take extra damage. Am I reading this correctly? Or is that the Glacius? This is the Glacius stats. So components take extra damage from take extra damage from energy. Is that what I'm? Is that? Huh. There's also energy absorption. I'm trying to remember how those stats work with each other. That seems really weird, because you have negative resistance, so it looks like you take bonus damage. And you have energy absorption. So it means, I think that means you take full damage from energy at 100%, because it has 100% distortion absorption. And then... Oh, I think these are the shield stats itself, depending on, like, which... Okay. This is not the component stats. I'm like, the fuck? That seems really weird. Okay. Self-repair time. Hey! Self-repair max count 1. Damage regen delay is almost 5. Damn. Almost 5 seconds. Down regen delay is 12 seconds. Physical resistance is 0 to 25. So it'll resist. Is that resist 25%? I think that's 25% will resist. But it actually takes bonus damage from energy. Which means if you have a full energy loadout, you're going to strip shields faster. Which is something we've been asking for years. Back when Wave 1 came out, they actually nerfed weapon damage. Well, they also nerfed shields, too. And then, for some reason, they reverted everything back to live. I didn't play that wave. Yeah, so this is a resistance number for the shields itself. And this is how much damage passes through the shields. Okay, so I'm remembering how this works. Because physical damage will actually pass through the shields at a certain rate, but energy and distortion won't. So shields take bonus damage. And people have been asking for this shit for years. They're like, hey, CIG, just make it so energy weapons deal with shields better. And then give, like, armor, like, more resistance to energy weapons. And we're basically kind of getting that. Because we have, like, energy resistances. Actually, like, hull takes bonus damage. Wait, what? Oh, that's the shields. Never mind. Wait, what? So you're telling me the Polaris shield that you can't change off of takes bonus damage, 21% bonus damage from energy weapons, and the armor takes 30% extra bonus damage from energy weapons. Or is that, and then it resists physical damage. What the fuck is, what is this? So you're telling me that energy weapons are just straight up better against shields and armor? Why would I not take, like, massive, like, laser cannons to hunt down a Polaris? Why would I be, but Vertigo. Ballistic weapons penetrate shields. Yeah, but shields can be stripped really easy with just with just a fucking Hornet Mark II, right? What's the biggest damage we can do with the Mark II Hornet? I think CIG's painting themselves into a corner here. They don't quite understand. Actually, a Ghost Hornet Mark II. Let's see here. Nose turrets. We just want burst DPS, right? Diamonds 2, Adore salvaged laser repeaters. 887 sustained DPS. Instead of the Revenants, what else we got? M6As. Oh, we can do. Let's do 3 Adore. Attrition 4s? Yeah, let's do Attrition 4s. I can do the Mark II ball turret. More Adore salvaged. There we go. So, what are we looking at here for DPS wise? We're looking at 3,601 DPS. Did I lose protection for there? Might want to refresh. It's still... Oh, there we go. Might want to refresh. Oh, there it goes. Stream is healthy. So yeah, we had a slight drop in connectivity. So they may want to F5. Just, I know, such a pain in the ass. But it looks like it's stable now. I even reset my internet before I started streaming today. Like I literally turned the power off to the both router and the modem. Then I powered it back on before I started streaming. So anyway, so you have 3,600 DPS for this guy with Mark 1 Hornet, Mark 2 Hornet. What do we have for the Glacius? 27,000. So it's gonna take you 20 seconds with 1 Mark II Hornet. Approximately, give or take. Like the sustained DPS is a little wonky because of like the capacitor recharge. But 20 seconds to get through the shields. And then start banging on the hull with a Hornet. And it is possible to get into the blind spot of the Polaris with a Hornet. I've done Corsairs and I've done Connies. I don't know. It feels weird. Let's see here. Or okay, so that's live. Yeah, 884. So we're basically using the same DPS stats, but we've nerfed shields. Right? Huh. Actually, the DPS is lower on live. Yeah, okay, so the Attrition 4s do more damage, and the Adore Salvage 3 laser repeaters do more damage on the PTU. So weapons are actually more powerful on the PTU. Yeah, the Adore 2s do 858. On live they're okay. So yeah, on P2 everything's more powerful. Just kind of eyeballing it. So they've nerfed shields and they've buffed weapons. So survivability should go down in theory. You think CIG is like rage baiting? It definitely is a choice to go this route. like weapons do more damage and shields are less powerful. It just means you like smaller ships are now better, right? Because if you can avoid the damage, unless you're going to increase like projectile speeds. So on live, max ammo speed is 1,000 meters per second. 1,000 meters per second. 1,000 meters per second. Yeah. So P2. This is the P2. Yeah, I mean, just smaller ships are better if you can just avoid damage. Sonic Light, Stealth, Grade C. Health, that's component health. Not the shield health. It doesn't really tell you how much. Boss power plant. Shimmers. Pool is 1694. That's on the P2. Live is going to be... So, they've improved shield hit points compared to live for the shimmers. Okay. So they drastically nerfed capital ship shields, but they buffed size 1 shields. Interesting. Again, an interesting choice, CIG. Go look at size 1 shields. This is live. Hit point pools, the best is 2,200. Look at size 1s. 2,900. Well, that's also... That's C grade? Military. So the militaries have the highest hit point pools. Now. At 29. That's... Wow, okay. That certainly is a choice. Okay, we're gonna nerf capital ship shields by over 70%, but we're gonna buff size 1 shields because of course they need it. All size, yeah, but they've nerfed size 4 shields dramatically. We looked at the Polaris earlier. Anti-unholy. And the Polaris has like 72, 74% less shields. Did the calculations earlier. Yeah, 26, so it's like 74% some change reduction. There's Vox. So let's look at like size 3. Let's go with Vox's statement that CIG is trying to kill multi-coup ship. So let's look at so this is P2. Size 3s have 6,600, FR86. Hard to get. You can get a full block. I've seen these lying around. 66,000. I've noticed there's a lot of like 66,000s for... Okay, so what is happening here, CIG? For your size 3 shields. And let's go and look at live. Size 3. There's a lot of 67,000 per parapet. 63,000, 63,000, 59,000 for ward. So it looks like hit point wise, size 3's got a little bit of a nerf, and some of the classes got a little bit of buff. And this looks very incomplete to me. When I see like 66, 66, 66, 66, 62, 62, 62, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, yeah. So this is very much an incomplete balance for size 3 shields. Again, this is gonna be pushed live, and it's gonna have a terrible balance. Max shield regeneration for FR86 is 6,500. 40. So they've buffed regeneration across the board. It looks like, because none of them went higher than like 2K at the lowest. And if we sort by max shield regeneration, yeah, 3K. So they've buffed the shield regeneration floor substantially. Main regen time is roughly the same because a lot of ship shields got buffed. Their hit points got buffed. But yeah, the regeneration time got buffed as well. Power consumption, roughly the same. Damage regen delay is also another big stat for size 3s. They're hovering around 5 seconds across the board, except for this guy. But he's a D-grade military, so we'll forgive him. And on live, a lot of them are hovering around 5 seconds. A few of them went down below. The FR86 was 3 seconds. That's hilarious, right there. 3 second regen time, a 3 second regen delay. That was an A-rated. On the PTU, yeah, there's none of them below 5 seconds. They're all just hovering around. Damage regen delay on the PTU. I don't think resistances got messed with. Energy resistant shields used to have 50% resistance to energy weapons, and this is probably why shields feel really weak. Hey, Q-Pan. Because energy resistances, what you had a 25% damage reduction for ballistic damage, for physical damage, but you also had like shield penetration, so your shield hit points you'd lose less shield hit points, right? In live to ballistic weapons and energy weapons. But if we go look at the PTU, for some reason, you actually have the parapet, for example, takes bonus damage to energy weapons. And it's weird too, like 13. I'm trying to figure out how this actually works, because negative numbers means you take more damage. But how this actually works is that if your shields are really strong at full hit points, this number on the right means you take more damage, and then you start taking less damage as your shields get lower. So as I think this is probably why shields feel all fucked up. Somebody made a mistake here on how much damage like shields take, because if this feels weird, you nerf shield hit points on capital class shields. It has to be a mistake that CSG hasn't got around to fixing. Let's check out the size 4 shields. I have a feeling about something here. Okay. Gorgon Defenders, Goaty, hold strong. What the fuck is this on? The Glacius, RSI barrier. Yeah, so I'm assuming. Okay, so Glacius, that's the 890 jump one. This is probably the Polaris one. I recognize the number. I think this is the Polaris, right? Not the Polaris, the Idris. I have to double check. But yeah, they've severely nerfed size 4 shields across the board compared to like size 3s. It seems they want cap ships to no longer be pay to win, allow heavy. Well, that's one way to do it. But we are an MMO, right? The theory behind some of this stuff was that capital ships were going to be like multi-crew ships. You know, you're going to have multiple people help running capital ships, and I don't know. I thought the millions of shield hit points for like the Polaris were fine, considering like how many people actually own Idrises, like how common an Idris was to like pop up. And again, like the negative numbers here on the resistances just exasperate just how little shield hit points you have. Because if someone shows up, like you're taking 40% extra damage. So if I look at like the, what was it, like the 3200 or 3200 DPS that a Hornet does with an extra 40% damage, that's, you know, it suddenly bumps it up to 4400 DPS. I don't know. But again, a very, very bold choice here that CIG has chosen to drastically reduce the shield hit points, because this is what they used to be. I don't even know what Hold Strong is on. Check the Idris out here. Idris M. Oh! Okay. So the Idris has two of these fucking things. So I think this wow, okay. Well, this definitely goes against the pay to win argument. So this thing has like 2.6 million shield hit points divided by 4 quadrants, right? Which is going to be, 666,000 per quadrant. And the Polaris is going to get beat the shit out by the Idris, because the Idris just is tougher. So it just makes the more expensive ship just better than the cheaper ship, in terms of, like, if an Idris comes up against the Polaris. Unless the Polaris gets in a couple lucky torpedo strikes. So what the fuck are they doing? I don't know. I mean, like, what does the Idris P have on it? Does it have a different shield generator? Yeah, it has a Hold Strong with, 1.3 million per. Yeah, pay to win. It definitely feels like random number generator. Yeah, this is the PT. I had to make sure I was on PT and not live. I had to look up at the top. I'm like, is this actually PT? Okay, so it looks like CIG's balancing, Polaris separate from the other capital ships. Yeah, so if an Idris shows up with the Exodus, hey, Cupan, thanks for that resub. Supposed to ambush, drop payload to get out. This doesn't feel like actual balance, though. This feels like silliness. Because, wait a minute, why isn't my... I should have gotten a notification that you got gifted a sub on stream. Oh, that's why. I don't have my OBS over here running, so I couldn't hear it. That's why I have that running. It's the weird things I have to do. Let's there we go. Inner Hype, thanks for that
Inner
gifted.
Hype gifted Kpan a subscription. Inner Hype gifted a tier 1 sub to Kpan.
There we go. It just feels incomplete. I feel like CIG is going to be like touching the Idris here in a little bit. The Polaris capital class shields should have a little bit more hit points. Same with the 890 jump, right? Thank you so much, Inner Hype. Same with the 890 jump. Both of those, all the capital ship shields should be tougher, so you can't be threatened by like a handful of light fighters. Unless CIG wants to improve turrets dramatically. Because, the best offense is a good defense, right? Or something. Best defense is a good offense. But yeah, like, just... The Idris is just more resistance to all ships in the game at this rate. Then, of course, CIG did nerf ballistic... not ballistic. CIG did nerf... point defense turrets across the board. They do, like, less DPS, so therefore, like, a volley of torpedoes would be able to get through. Compared to, like, live. But yeah, like, 3 or 4 Hornets could tear apart. Like, not even, like, 3 or 4 Hornets. Like, two Hornets and a Mantis could definitely rip apart a Polaris in no time flat because of how little the hit points the Polaris has. Okay, so this is live. DPS is 167. 167. So the sustained DPS of like the point defense turrets are really low. You have to have multiple of the PDCs, point defense PDCs, focusing you to actually like be a threat. Hot take is get rid of pen, make distortion the shield stripper weapon, and make ships tankier. A lot of people would agree with you, QPan. Did they nerf? No, they did, but they didn't. Try to remember how this worked. So they reduced point defense turrets. Well, we only had a couple. You only had one turret. The laser defense turret. They nerfed that. And then they nerfed missiles across the board. But they didn't nerf torpedoes nearly as much. They basically reduced the health of missiles to be in line with the DPS. So point defense turrets got nerfed by 50%, and then missiles got the same. The hit points got reduced by 50% for like size 1 through 4. And then of course CIG undid the nerf by giving us ballistic point defense. The Torrent, I think it is, which is 360 burst DPS. Which is, you know, almost double. Actually, it's more than double, if I'm doing my math right. It'd be 380, right? Yeah, it would be 380 if it was double. Still, that's, you know, that's more than 50%. So if you want the unnerfed versions of the point defense turrets, like you have to get the Grey Cat MDC or something, and then rip off that thing, and then just keep claiming the insurance and keep ripping it off, and eventually you'll get enough of those. But these have limited ammo, so eventually they'll run out. What are we talking about? I think we could look at one of the patch notes to find out which one that was. I think it was the 4.5. 4.2? No. It was one of the 4.4s, right? This is live release. New star system. Visual UI, mission gameplay, location, environments, laws, security, sick creatures, and AI. Nah. Not in that one. So I'm trying to figure out where they did the nerf for the... It wasn't in 4.5. It wasn't in 4.2. It wasn't in 4.3.2, I don't think. Could have been that far back. But like, they reduced the DPS of the laser point defense turrets, and then they reduced the hit points of missiles to compensate, but they didn't reduce the torpedoes by nearly as much. And they actually said it somewhere on here. This is live patch notes. Triple threats, Vandal tech smugglers. We've been working on those on live. This could take a while to find this specific one. Shop, slot, career 21, it's not there. Nothing there. Boom tube stats. Because I remember reading it. You know what we could do? Let's see here. There we go. General. Okay, so we're searching not this. Okay, hold on. Copy. Google. Feedback. That doesn't help me at all. PC 42 default torpedoes you fire your ship especially quicker like the Eclipse. You just send a minimum arm distance. So this, yeah, okay, so it's 4.2. For some reason, what's this one? Okay, so it's leaking me to... It's just leaking me to it's a Spectrum. Show results with torpedoes. Fuckface. Alright, so I can't use Google to search Spectrum. Quite unfortunate. Advanced search. I'm gonna search in patch notes. Is that possible? Can I search just patch notes? What was it? 4.2? I don't know. Swordbreaker polish, Valakar polish. Let's see, greatly improved torpedo track capability, decrease alpha damage. Well, that's a thing that I wanted to see. Okay. Let's jump to that. Jump to that. It wasn't an Evocati patch, I don't think. This is where they added minimum arm distance. Across the board, missiles and torpedoes have been readjusted, increased minimum lock ranges and lock timers, added minimum activation distance for torpedoes. Okay, so... I don't think it was 4.2. Was it 4.3? 4.4? So, okay, so torpedo, so only time torpedo shows up is in the 4.2 patch notes. So what if we do PDCs plus point defense turrets? No results. I don't know, folks. Hey, Azmir. I swear to God, they had missile adjustments, and I can't remember which which patch note it was, but I vaguely remember it. Fuck. Let's go to Google. What patch? Okay, stars. I have to ask Google. Perseus nerf 4.4 patch, apparently, according to AI. Buzzcut Psychos got me on this one 1 month ago. Change where it matters what picks ships.
The personal defense turrets are going to be getting a pretty significant nerf in the next patch. The details of the
Reduced by 50%, result in overall DPS decrease. Mass has been lowered. Missile health will reduce the same percentage. Yes. This is what I was looking for. This exact quote that he put up on his screen. It was 4.4, so it was like literally this patch. Google came in clutch. So one of the 4.4 patches had this. We'll probably have to search. Let's see, advanced. 4.4 plus torpedoes. In general. A lot of Carmella. Like I said, I really wish plus PTU. I really wish I could like point the search at specific like subgenres. To original posts. Oh, hold on a second here. I can. So if I go to patch notes, and then because I think it's only like Wikipedia. There you go. I can search by Wikipedia. Not trying to harass you, but I'm just looking. So it's going to be Star Citizen Alpha 4.4. And then we can look for like torpedoes. This is way too complicated. So I want to search for that specifically. Really? Oh, so 4.5, 4.4. All right. So I know there is somewhere in there the word torpedo. Point defense turret? Nothing. Missile? Boob tube, Vandal missile, ballistic missile, missile launcher, boob tube. This just kind of just exposes just how bad the search is. Tech smuggler. What a 4. Nothing here. Nothing there. That's not it either. Jesus fucking Christ. I am impressed on how bad the search function is. I just want to find the post by Wikipedia where they talked, where in the patch notes they're like, hey, we nerfed point defense cannons and we also nerfed missile health. I just want to find that. Yeah, let's see. Let's go back to like, okay. PDT, point defense turret changes. So what if I search for PDT changes? Nothing. What if just naked PDT changes? Oh, look, I found it. So I was looking for like the 4.4 patch notes, right? Star Citizen Alpha 4.4. Okay, so it was 4.40. P2 patch notes. Oh my god, I finally fucking found it. So here's the PDT changes. Patch 4.4 introduces further refinements to PDT tuning and their interactions with missiles and torpedoes. PDT changes point defense, turrets, guns, alpha damage reduced by roughly 50%, resulting in overall DPS decrease. PDT mass has been lowered as the previous point was considered too high. Whatever, that doesn't mean anything. Missile torpedo changes. So is slash torpedoes. So this is what this is. Yeah, I've been searching for this shit. Okay, Star Citizen Alpha 4.4, right? .0 space. Let's see here. Quote missile slash torpedo. Nothing. What if I go missile slash torpedoes? Torpedoes. How do you spell torpedoes? Torpedoes? Torpedoes. Changes. But if I just do missile slash torpedo, nothing. If I do torpedoes, oh look. Okay. All right. Sure. What if I do missile health? How about if I just do missile? I get a lot of stuff. How about torpedo? Nothing. Did they actually have the word torpedo? They have torpedoes. Torpedoes. So it's I have to look up the word torpedoes. Oh, look, there's something. That's why I'm having problems with this. I'm like, oh, there's something with torpedo changes, right? Vertigo, there was nothing about torpedo in, but you have to look at the plural, torpedoes, and you get something. I know, right? Massive difference. How about point defense turrets? How about PDTs? Oh, look, there's something. I'm just trying to use, like, Google's better search for search-wise because they have, like, AI that kind of goes like, did you really need this? But Google can't search the forums, from my understanding. But yeah, we actually searched on Google. We got Buzzcut Psycho's TDC talk. And that's how I was able to find this. Ugh, man. Fuck, let's try Bing. Hold on, let's Google Bing. Does this destroy the internet? Let's see here. What patch did CIG nerf point defense cannons? Point defense turrets. Alpha patch 4.4. And it gives you Buds Cut Psychos, PDC nerfs continue reign supreme. Bing gave me something. The fuck is this? Star Citizen Space? Whatever the hell this is. This is some fan website, I guess. We also have Dev Tracker. Oh my god, this white page hurts my eyes. Just ask Rock. All right, so yeah, we found the goddamn page after I don't know how, like an hour. So point defense turrets got their DPS reduced by 50%. Torpedo health has also been reduced, though to a lesser extent, around 33%. So missile health has been reduced by the same percentage as point defense turrets. Alpha damage reduced approximately 50%. But torpedoes took less of a health nerf. So torpedoes are just straight better than missiles at getting through point defense turrets. And there was a lot of people complaining about the nerfs. You could fire a volley of like 4 torpedoes and like have a chance. Oh my god. If I wanted Grok in my chat, Jadehawk, I'd literally just get like an extension or something. Well, they were worthless before this patch, because the point defense turrets just shoot up torpedoes way too quickly. It just leads to like the additional it just leads credence to the dead internet theory that there's no real people on the internet. It's all just bots and AI replying to each other. Are point defense turrets even useful? Well, not as much as they used to be. They can shoot down like a torpedo or a missile or two. They can kind of shoo away light fighters, but not really. Wasn't there a lot of videos around people showing the PDTs can't even shoot down a single torpedo? Yes, Carmilla literally did a video about that.
This nerf are currently on the makes no.
He's playing Battlefield 6, I think.
So in reality, what this nerf is actually doing is allowing the light fighter to stay within range of the PDTs just a little bit longer before they decide to leave. And that's what really boggles my mind about this. What was the intention behind this change? What problem was it trying to address? Because it's not stopping PvE farming, and it's just making it more possible for light fighters to harass capital ships. Is that the intention of the change? If so, it would be good to maybe illustrate that, to be a bit more transparent about why that's happening. For many years now, I have felt like SIG does not understand multi-crew ships, and they do not understand the type of player who wants to be inside of a multi-crew ship.
I kind of agree with that.
They do not understand why turrets need to be powerful, and why the multi-crew ship needs to be a bastion for players who do not want to learn how to be a light fighter sweat. There's currently nothing in this game for those sorts of people. In theory, multi-crew such as turret gunnery and engineering and damage control and all that stuff, that is in theory the alternative to being an elite light fighter pilot. But in reality, that alternative is not feasible. Turrets do not work, engineering looks tedious and boring, and the game doesn't reward any form of multi-crew gameplay in any way, shape, or form. Missions have shared rewards, so if you're doing missions in a group, you're actually getting less of a reward for doing so. Having all of your players in one ship is actually a massive risk, as opposed to having all of your players in individual ships with individual amounts of HP and firepower and maneuverability. To sum it all up, it's the same thing you all probably know. There is no incentive and there is no reward for me ever to participate in multi-crew gameplay, yet. Every time something happens, usually by accident, like the PDTs being somewhat effective, and I'm going to put effective in quotation marks.
Sarcastic air quotes.
Against light fighters, it eventually gets changed because the light fighter community will get together and complain incessantly about something, whether it's on Discords with CIG devs or Spectrum or Reddit. They'll just complain forever because they are terminally online. Simple as that. Any short amount of time on the Discords where all
a lot of the CIG employees are actually like in like PvP Discords. And I mean, you see it like as soon as people flying light fighters start eating a ration of shit, CIG nerfs that stuff. So hopefully that answers our questions. Like, when did like the point defense turrets get nerfed? Well, 4.4. And then of course, light fighters get even better because their shields are better in the I don't know, like 4.5 is not quite finished yet. And we can actually launch and get in there. Get actually something going. Oh, I forgot to like do my joystick shit. Shit. God, there's not actually working on the game. No, they're wasting time on making Chris Roberts' cinematic adventure, Squadron 42. Not actually working on Star Citizen, the game that's making all the money, and where actually all the players are. I agree, QPan. I think point defense turrets, unless you have like an operator or something that can like aim them manually, because that's kind of like the design intent behind Star Citizen and its turrets, is like you have to manually aim the turrets. So you should have like a weapon operator seat in the bridge of like the Polaris or the Idris or something that takes control of all the point defense turrets that you have and can point all the turrets in one direction, kind of like how it worked in Freelancer. And all the turrets fire at that aim point. Other than that, like the point defense will just like shoot down bombs, torpedoes, and missiles. Done. And if you want to shoot out a light fighter, either you have to have someone in that seat or you have to have someone in a turret. That's how it's worked for years until CIG added point defense cannons, turrets to the game. And the big problem with manned turrets on capital ships versus light fighters is hit probability. And we had this in World War II before we invented the variable time fuse. The Americans invented the variable time fuse. It would take thousands upon thousands of bullets shot at a single airplane to destroy said airplane. The most reliable way to shoot down airplanes was actually with another airplane in World War II. And then, of course, we invented the variable time fuse, which had a little Doppler radar inside the fuse, which would detonate anytime it got near something after a certain distance. So you had like a little battery that was like encased in a very specific glass vial that when it was shot out of a cannon, it would shatter the glass vial, releasing electrolyte, which would create a little battery, and that would power a tiny Doppler radar that used vacuum tubes. That took the amount of ammunition to shoot down an airplane from several thousand rounds to a couple hundred rounds. As a result. They said Squadron 42 was feature complete. I mean, good for them. CIG said also, Chris Roberts also said Squadron 42 was going to release in 2018. We literally have him, like, dead to rights on camera. And, like, J-Talk brings that up. Like, I was arguing with someone on Reddit the other day about how useless turrets were. And it was just like, congratulations, man. You've rediscovered, like, an old complaint from years ago. I need to, like, get my joystick set up. And, like, Morphologist made a video. Buzzcut Psycho make a video. I could probably make a video about how useless turrets are and why they're useless. Okay, we're gonna unhide our Thrustmasters. We have to activate, and then we have to hide our joysticks. Because we just want the, Hat works. Axes work. I don't want the temporal. Okay. Door hats. Cats work. Okay, cool. Could minimize that stuff. A lot of the problem comes down to hit probability and engagement envelopes, where the fighters could sit outside the engagement envelopes, or they could sit far enough away from the engagement envelopes of the turret that the projectile velocity just isn't high enough to hit the fighters. But fighters have enough velocity on their weapons, even some of the slowest weapons in the game, to actually hit capital ships, because capital ships can't move out of the way. And a lot of that is just the 6-DO flight model. Like, if we had a 3-degree flight model, it'd be a lot harder to avoid turrets, because your flight model, your flight patterns would be more predictable against a stationary target, like a station or even a slow-moving capital ship. They also had a lot worse. They didn't have radar-guided guns with, like, a PIP. You kind of had to eyeball everything. And you had also gravity and ballistics working against you. And you also, if you were firing from, like, a naval vessel, you'd also have the roll of the ship and the vibration from the gun mount. Because you just had, like, a spider sight to go through. Go look at some of the images here. Like, you had the dual, yeah, like, I don't know if we can actually get it. Sometimes you had quad mounts. And so, how a lot of these mounts worked, here's this one. Especially the bigger ones. You have one guy who's responsible for elevation, and you have another guy that's responsible for, like, rotating the turret. So you had one guy that rotates it to be on, you know, what do you call that? Yaw. Rotating the turret to line up with the aircraft, and the other guy would do with the elevation. I don't think I can actually get, like, yeah, here's an example of, like, one of the sites. You had your site was just like a spider web. And you had to line up parts of the web, parts of the metal pieces with the aircraft. You kind of just had to eyeball it based on what you knew. Like, you had to identify the aircraft visually when it was coming at you. And then you had to figure out, like, range in your head. And you kind of you had tracers maybe, but because you had, like, ballistic drop, you kind of had to get the shells to drop. And I did this in War Thunder, and it was a gigantic pain in the ass. To engage airplanes at very long distances with anti-aircraft weapons. Just about everything yeah. So you don't have to worry about ballistic drop in space, and we have actual radar guided guns, so you can actually lock onto a ship and get a pip. But even then, that's not enough. So it's difficult to shoot down an aircraft past a certain, like, several hundred meters, because your bullets are going to drop. So you have to know you can't aim straight at the aircraft. You have to aim a little bit above it, but you have to know at which range. Otherwise, you're just going to be shooting over the aircraft's head. So tracers have been around for a long time. I think World War I they were using phosphorus tracers in some of their machine guns. You just have a bit of phosphorus in the that gets activated by the primer, or when the gunpowder detonates, you have a little bit of phosphorus that burns in the rear of the projectile, so you can actually see it going down range. But yeah, so it's a little bit more difficult to, like, engage targets from, like, the ground with just iron sights. That's why it took, like, thousands of rounds to shoot down aircraft. And then, of course, later on, we invented, like, radar-guided guns and became just whatever. Just point the guns at the target, the computer figures it all out. And then, of course, jets started becoming a thing. Missiles got a lot better. But yeah, but anyways, going back to what the problem is with capital ship turrets, is just an engagement. Fighters are too nimble to be engaged by turrets. And one of the fixes I proposed was just increase the scatter of... So you either need to have more volume of fire going at the turret, going at the fighter, because Chris Roberts doesn't want... He doesn't want capital ships to be just like the slap I win button. He wants them to be vulnerable to, like, fighter size threats and torpedoes and stuff like that. And if you make turret guns too good, nothing will be able to get inside the engagement envelope and live for any length of time. So you need to have some downsides to manned turrets so that people with fighters and torpedoes can actually play the game. Because Chris Roberts wants a very naval style engagement system for capital ships above a certain size. The Polaris and whatnot. He wants them to actually behave more like naval vessels, not fighters. And flak explosions. Flak was one of the things I was going to suggest, like actually having flak rounds. Having some sort of area of effect, some weak area of effect on your turrets, on your turret rounds, just to threaten light fighters and torpedoes would be a good idea. Would be a start. You're gonna have to make the dispersion on those weapons quite a bit. That's what the pyro bursts are for, basically. The other one would be to increase velocity and increase dispersion of the fire. Actually, increasing fire rate and dispersion. Like, for example, laser repeaters going from, like, what are the laser repeaters fire rate right now? Weapons. This is PTU. So we're gonna go to size 4s. What is your fire rates? I don't care about penetration. Fire rates. Maximum fire rate is 1200 for the Revenant. The Rhino laser repeater. Believe it or not, the Rhino laser repeater has, like, a fire rate of, like, more modern, like, handheld weapons. But increasing the fire, quadrupling the fire rate of the Rhino laser repeater, and increasing the cone of fire to the dispersion of it to be a lot wider, would definitely harass light fighters to the point where they just don't want to have a cannon point. And if you have, like, 4 Rhino laser repeaters and it has, like, I don't know, 1,800 rounds per minute or 3,000 rounds per minute fire rate, and its cone of fire is, like, I don't know, 30 degrees or something, like, you'd have a few hits on light fighters out to, like, a kilometer. It wouldn't be a lot, but it would definitely be enough to worry them. And the closer you got, the worse the damage would get. Don't attack cat. Well, I don't know. I feel like if you came at a capital ship with a bunch of light fighters, maybe you should be able to do something. But really, like, capital ships should be like the realm of like fighter bombers or heavy fighters if you want to attack a Polaris or something. But CIG's nerfed like the Polaris shield hit points so badly that you don't even need like a fighter bomber or torpedoes to take down a Polaris now. Like, you just a bunch of light fighters would be enough. I kind of agree with you, Jadehawk, because years ago I thought like the Gladiator was going to be like the anti-capital ship, the fighter bombers and whatnot. Then of course CIG introduced the Ion, and like, okay, so I guess we're just going to have specific ships, right? We're going to have specific fighter ships that are going to be like designed to take on capital ships, like the Ion, right? The Ares series, and of course we have like also larger ships like the Constellation and the Corsair. You also have the Perseus. But yeah, like, just nerfing the overall hit points of the Polaris just makes it more vulnerable to smaller ships. Why does a motorboat with a bunch of people's bazookas even do something against a destroyer? Not really. Yeah, it would get... You'd be dead. Even the old World War II, World War I navies would destroy, like, a small boat before it got close enough. But if we want to go back to World War II, there was a type of boat that was very dangerous. There were torpedo boats in World War I. And they were basically just tiny little vessels. I'm trying to find the motor, these little shits. They were just speedboats that had gigantic torpedoes on the back of them, like this. And their job was to putter out. They'd be coastal boats, coastal defense boats. And I want to say World War II had like the hilarious torpedo boats too. They would just kind of rush out, drop a bunch of torpedoes at a flotilla or something, and they would just dart back to shore. And that's what their job was. And these things were really hard to hit. For the bigger ships, these little torpedo boats were really low to the water. They were fast maneuverable. You can just get within range to use your torpedoes, fire off a bunch of torpedoes, turn around, run away. And that's what these little cocksuckers were for. And these things were like the bane of a lot of navies. Like I said, you just had like hilariously sized torpedoes. On your boat, you just go out, fire a couple torpedoes, and then come back to shore to reload, and you go back out again with even more torpedoes. It was why Italy was so feared in World War II, because they had a hilarious number of torpedo boats, and the Mediterranean was basically like that choke point in the Mediterranean, just under France, was like their territory. But yeah, this is how you should be taking down. This should be the Gladiator. Go out, drop a bunch of torpedoes, and then run away. I mean, you should have to pepper. In my mind, like, torpedoes should be a volley system. You drop like a volley of torpedoes, and maybe something gets through and then does damage, and then the capital ship starts doing worse as a result. So then you start opening up the defense screens and shields and whatnot. But yeah, it should take some work and some effort to like get close to a capital ship in my mind. You shouldn't just be able to sit away at a kilometer and just kind of like do a gentle circle and just keep shooting the capital ship, and eventually the capital ship shields are down. You just keep doing gentle circles. Because I replied to a guy on Reddit, and it's so stupid how this works. Where is it? I think I have to go to not my replies. This one, yeah. So Morphologist basically makes the same video that Buzzcut Psycho makes on how bad, like, turrets are.
There's always been something compelling about the promise of multi-crew gameplay. Star Citizen's multi-crew experience is a bit bipolar. On one hand, if you've ever jumped into a multi-crew ship with friends, you might have had a pretty good time. There's not much to do besides plinking targets as they fly past, but it can still be pretty entertaining, especially for friends who aren't as comfortable right now. These are really meaningful adjustments, yes, and clearly based on internal testing and probably a ton of backend data, it looks like it should work. But here's the thing, they don't really change the outcome. In every case where they've tried to make adjustments, a handful of fighters just stay in the blind spot or simply stay out of range of a big ship. Right now that looks to be around 500 meters, and they just chip away at the shields until eventually they get to the hull and then the big ship explodes, bringing down a fully crewed ship without any risk to the light fighter. And you might think, well, if they had armor or the ships were more durable, maybe they would stand a chance, but you look at the Polaris in its previous state where it had twice as much HP, and the result was still the same. Nobody was manning the Polaris on the regular because it was better to put them in separate ships to have the advantage. So no matter what...
And then, you know, Buzzcut Psycho talking about it.
As many of you are like, will end the same way every time. This leaves a Polaris and its 9 players completely at the mercy of opponents they cannot realistically threaten.
The turrets suck.
However, as it stands now, they are useless. Allow me to show you some footage of turrets in action that should perfectly illustrate why they are worthless.
Yep, turret
and
complaints.
Have remained worthless for many years. So in this clip, I'm not going to start firing until my crosshair is green. It's green now. That makes you think you would actually hit your target. But notice how I'm coming nowhere close to hitting this guy in the Hornet. And the only thing he's doing is closing in on me, doing a slow roll.
Yep.
The velocity of these weapons is so low that they just do not hit the target. The range...
It's actually not the velocity. It's the actual... I wish I could make an animation out of this. So part of the problem is angular velocity, right? Angular momentum, centrifugal force. As you go around a circle like this, you want to go this way, right? But you know, if you have a string in the center attached to like a bucket or something, and you swing the bucket around, right? The water in the bucket wants to go this way as you're swinging it. So part of the problem is the damage the aim calculations. I've noticed this in fighters too. I swear to God, I am not crazy. Shake my mouse so I don't get kicked out. I swear to God, I'm not crazy. As the fighter craft goes around this way, your pip assumes the ship is going this way. It doesn't update the firing calculations to anticipate a curve. Yeah, turrets have been useless for a long time. If you're fighting players, if you're fighting NPCs, they're fine. That's the problem. I've seen it in fighters. I've seen it. It's most noticeable in turrets, but I've seen it in fighters. I've noticed that if you're going in a circle, the pip assumes that the fighter craft is gonna not continue a circle. that they're going to keep going this direction. But in reality, you can keep going in a circle like this. And the pip, you'll have to manually aim. You'll have to manually aim on the inside of the pip, right? The pip will be over here or something. And so you'll have to manually aim over here to actually hit someone in a circle. You have to realize it's happening. And that's one of the biggest problems. And the circle thing that Buzzcut Psycho is showing off here, like, let's go into like actual HD.
Range also not that great. You're now under 900 meters. We're getting a couple hits, not too many, and he's purposely closing forward. And he's going to continue doing this until I destroy him. I do not start getting reliable hits on this target until 500 meters and closer. This is completely unacceptable. It has been like this for years. This is why turrets suck.
Yeah.
Now we're aiming at a Corsair. The game is telling me that I can hit this guy at out to 2,000 kilometers. It's not going to happen. It's the same problem as when we were inside of the laser repeaters shooting at the Hornet. But here's the difference. I told him to get ballistics and shoot at me, all while trying to slowly get close to me. He's landing his shots from the sub-targeting. The shots are ignoring the shields, and he's closing range on my ship. And he is going to actively face tank me and then destroy my turret. This is the most insane thing I have ever seen in a game that claims to have some form of multi-crew or whatever. Either way, my turret's dead now. I can't hit him. But
and,
no amount of...
And it make it even worse. Like, he's outside the gimbal limits right here. Like, he can't even aim at the Corsair anymore. It's just, it's dumb.
Either way, my turret's dead now. I can't hit him.
And here, let's go even further back. Here is Avenger 1 beating up on a Hammerhead in the old flight model.
Get a little closer here.
This is before Master Mode. This problem existed. Master Mode was supposed to solve something like this. This problem, right?
And we'll begin our...
The exact same...
This is kind of where we want to sit. We don't really want to get any closer. We don't need to.
Exact same problem.
We just kind of slow...
It's just everything moves
really
faster.
any crazy movements. We haven't taken any hits now. We're just ghost riding right through all the shots. We've got the front shield taken down to about 15%. Now he's starting to move. Now he realizes, oh shit, I fucked up. And we're going to keep on a nice tight corkscrew. And again, right, watching our distance. He's in a bit of a back strafe here. And again, right, adding a little bit of boost to kind of bump. It's called bumping, right? You see that my ship is kind of bumping here as I close the distance, right? So if the hammerheads, yeah, did they have no shields now?
Looks like they're switching to try to get shields back.
Oh, yeah, they put all the power to the front shield, didn't they? Looks like it. Something, or maybe my MFE is just bugged.
Yeah, no, their shields are coming back. You see it, little red?
Yeah.
But yeah, like, it was just like two people versus a fully crewed Hammerhead. The Hammerhead's dead. But yeah, like, a part of it is just like, the problem with this was that the guns were too accurate in this flight model. And again, you still had the same problem of the game assumed the pip. And you also had aim assist, bullet nudging. So when you aimed at the pip, all the shots would go to the pip, right? And they'd be perfectly accurate. But that's not what you want, right? When you're at long range like that, you actually want some dispersion in your shots. And eventually, like in the next flight model, CIG added dispersion cone of fire to all the guns, which everybody kind of hated. But the game assumes that a ship doing a slow roll is going to continue out of that roll. Like I said, centrifugal force. It's assuming your ship is going to go this direction. So it puts the pip out here, right? It doesn't. The fire control system doesn't correct the pip over here because it knows because you've held the same maneuver for about a second or two. Yeah, so you fly to confuse the targeting, And this is one of the reasons why just turrets just suck ass, because you're actually fighting the fire control system. The fire control system is actually working against you. And it happens in smaller ships too, but you can actually maneuver small ships to counteract this effect, to counter a roll. But if you took a Gladius and you put it stationary, and you had another Gladius just do an orbit in front of you, and you tried to use that Gladius, stationary Gladius, to shoot at that other Gladius, you'd have the exact same problem. It's not just a turret problem, it's part of the fire control system. I have no idea what we're taking out today. Corsair? Corsair. And again, like having more dispersion, just having turrets just need to have their own special gun. Quite honestly. That would fix a lot of this. If turrets had like bespoke weapons that were designed. If you had a couple choices for turret weapons, you had the anti-capital ship turret gun thing that you can swap out between turrets that gave you like low velocity but high damage, so you can actually punch through like capital class shields. Or if you had like high velocity, high rate of fire, high spread anti-fighter weapon, or you had another fighter weapon that was low fire rate, low velocity, but had a flak burst on it. That would be great. That would fix a lot of these problems. Just having like, you could swap between two different turrets. You had the anti-large ship turret, which had low velocity weapons on it. You had the anti-fighter turret. I'm pretty sure the X series solved this issue a long time ago, where anti-fighter weapons are really fast in the X series, but low damage, but anti-capital ship turrets are real low velocity, but high damage. Yeah, and I'm of the opinion that it's fine for Squadron 42 and Star Citizen to have completely different flight models and weapons and whatnot. I am 100% okay with Squadron 42 just being a different game from Star Citizen, even if it's narratively the same. Like, I don't fucking care, because all this breaks down, all this flight model and weapon stuff breaks down as soon as you start adding people to the mix. People will fly in such ways that they'll abuse gameplay systems to their advantage. Yeah, like X allows you to actually engage at much larger ranges too, distances. Wow, my frame rate. The hell was that? Do I have a fire in my ship? Oh, you know what? I also kind of need to get dressed. Jesus Christ, what is happening here? If I want to go on to an adventure, I need to actually have adventuring stuff. Yep, people fly all wiggly. Also, like the X series, their capital ships are much bigger than Star Citizen's, because you don't have a lot of... Most of the ships in like X4, they do have interiors, but you can only access a small portion of the ship. So you can have like massive distances between ships and like low velocity capital ship cannons, because capital ships can't move that fast. And Jesus Christ, maybe we're gonna play on live today, because man, this frame rate sucks ass. Like, I'm getting massive frame dips. Like every so often. Yeah, we're flux. I mean, there is nothing here. Like, I'm going to from 20 frames per second down to like 15. It was just like, is it the Corsair that's doing this? Let's put the Corsair away. We'll find out when the Corsair gets stored. Oh, there we go. Now it's 30 frames per second. So yeah, there's something going on with the Corsair. That was nuking my frame rate. Must be those damn fuses. Ships start burning. before you get into them. So I understand we want to have fighters that exist within Star Citizen, and CIG wants a very cinematic, close-in, like, engagement range. Okay, fine. Cool. And you want to have turrets that are kind of useful. Okay, fine and cool. Like, the solution to this is having, you know, a cone of fire on your turrets, on your defensive turrets, and a fire rate consumer to actually get hits, because you want that engagement envelope to be, like, fairly large. You don't want to destroy fighters at 5 kilometers instantly, right? You want to encourage those fighters to fuck off at, like, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers. And how do you do that? Well, by having low damage, high fire rates, high cone of fire weapons. The closer you get, the more accurate they get. At longer distances, you can get a couple hits, right? Like the turret operator actually feels like he's doing something because he's hitting the target a little bit. He gets that little pip that says like boop, boop, boop. You know, you're actually doing damage. Congratulations, you're actually playing the game. You know, I've played pinball before. Imagine that. Vertigo has actually played pinball. And the nice thing about pinball, even if you suck, you still get the cool little lights and the beepy sounds every so often. So it makes you feel like you're doing something. As opposed to Star Citizen, which just kind of tells you to eat shit. Fuck off and eat shit. Alright, so we got all that on there. Weapons. Guess we'll just take the red parallax rifle. This guy. And that's kind of like the problem. Like I said, like you could just have flak weaponry. That would require CIG to actually like put flak guns in the game. There we go. Turn that off so I can actually read my UI here. And yeah, like, I don't know. Like, we can complain about this. There seems to be some pretty obvious, in my opinion, some pretty obvious solutions to this problem. But CIG has other ideas about how to solve this issue. And I don't know. I don't know. Just seems kind of back-asswards to me. Especially coming from like a game development firm, like from Chris Roberts, right? Like Chris Roberts is that guy that made Wing Commander, so he should know. He should kind of know how this stuff works, right? There we go. Laser pointer. Should just be one of those things that he should be capable of doing. I just find it kind of weird, right? Yeah, I agree. Light fighters, Jadehawk, light fighters shouldn't be doing everything. You should need to have, if you want to go after a larger ships, yeah, you could have like 5 or 6 light fighters to go after a Caterpillar. Sure, why not? Or like 3 or 4 light fighters with a Mantis. Okay, fine. Going after a Polaris, like a fully manned Polaris or fully crewed Hammerhead should just be a terror for anybody in a fighter. Medium fighters, heavy fighters. Like, even though heavy fighters should, in theory, like, be able to do something against a Hammerhead, like, a Hammerhead should just be so good at dealing with light fighters. And even, like, medium ships, too. Medium and heavy ships. Like, you should literally have to have a Perseus to go after a Hammerhead. And the Perseus should require, like, size 5 guns or something. To take on. I don't know. Just fly. There's literally a mission in Wing Commander 4 where you have to do that. I think it's like the final mission of Wing Commander 4 where you have to like destroy a carrier from the inside. No, okay. Yeah, you literally have to fly inside like the Terran Confederates like super carrier because the exterior armor is too thick, and you have to deploy this special device that turns like the interior atmosphere of a ship into like plasma, and it kills all the crew. I vaguely remember that mission. But I think that's kind of a clever thing. That's one of the reasons why the Idris has like a actual hangar doors instead of just open to space to prevent that sort of thing. But yeah, like Wing Commander had some kind of goofy designs as well, especially when they got to the Wing Commander 3, where they had physicalized turrets that had actual firing arcs. There were blind spots in those firing arcs. Wing Commander 2 just had virtual like turrets, so you just take damage if you're close enough. Hey. Q-Pan, you know what's listed as Interceptor on CIG's own website? Oh, back. We're gonna go to the Matrix of Lies because this is fucking hilarious. I think the M50 is listed as Interceptor. But yeah, Interceptors should be like dangerous ships. Oh, sorry, the Guardian Queen and the the Gladius. I swear to God, like M50 was like an interceptor. That's not M-50, it's M50 Vertigo. Racing. I swear to God, the M50 a long time ago was listed as an interceptor. Is it Interceptor or Interceptor? There are none anymore. There used to be a Focus. I think CIG came back through here and redid the Focus, because there also used to be Interdictor. And oh, there is only one ship that's Interdictor, and it's the Mantis. Even though you have like the Cutlass Blue, the Guardian Queen, the Scorpius Centaries, right? Yes, I know that, Jadehawk. I realized that as soon as I was done typing that, but I was too busy playing and enjoying Helldivers 2 to give a shit. But hey, you can have that victory all you want. You could be that guy. Honestly, I'm getting kind of tired of lava planets though, and Helldivers 2. Let's see if they supposedly they added RMC containers to ships, and I don't see any in my my Corsair. I guess Drake just doesn't get that benefit. I don't think there's any other storage compartments in the ship. It's just those 4, right? Hmm. It said personal storage. Okay, so so that's why I had a full RMC container. I thought it was just something from my previous patch that didn't get wiped. I already checked the beds. So maybe I should have some fuses, right? It would be under other. Let's see if we got fuses. It'd be nice for CIG just to kind of give you, you know, a free multi-tool for Luminalia. Hey, Firefly. Maybe I misread the. So let's check on this other. So I should, in theory, have some fuses in here. Probably at the very end. But plenty of picos. Plenty of luminal presence. Nope, nothing. Unless it's under vehicles? I mean, it could be. You got the Thunderbolt missiles. What are these? Concord shield generators? Those are what? Size 1s? Yeah. Not in the Corsair. I guess CIG didn't get around to doing the Corsairs. Which is okay. Fine, whatever. Let's move on. We got better shit to do with our lives. One of the reasons why I don't like playing the P2 a lot is that every day is a reset, essentially. Yeah, MiG-29, interceptor, big engine, go fast, shoot missile, run out of fuel. But that should be like the interceptors in my mind. It's just like they either have a QED on them, or they do have a QED on them, and just like a bunch of big guns and maybe some big missiles, and very small fuel tank, short range. Right? They're just designed to go after stuff. They're designed to run things down. Alright, let's see if our, Yep, our joysticks are still plugged in. And we have our Star Citizen thing. So let's get our landing gear up. And we also have cycle configuration, too. There we go. Missiles are armed. I have to remember where my controls were. Alright, so what do we got here? Contracts. Yeah, like, fuel has never been a problem in Star Citizen. And, well, fuel hasn't been a problem in Star Citizen for a long time. There was a point when fuel was kind of interesting for a few ships. Let's see here. I want to do big ships. Let's see. Do we have Gilly Combat Patrol missions? Ambition Amateur. I guess accept that. Yeah. There was a couple of times where when CIG messed up with like CIG messed up with fuel consumption, and if you didn't pay attention, like, your ship would run out of fuel really quickly. I remember last time I ran out of fuel was like a Cutlass Blue. I was flying around with Cutlass Blue doing missions, and I ran out of fuel because I wasn't paying attention to the fuel gauge, because fuel had never been a problem for the longest time. Oh, I need to get into nav mode. So I wasn't paying any goddamn attention. No, I don't want to go to Genie Point. I'm going to go a bit further. I'm just like... Apparently it was just the Cutlass Blue at that time. Which had that problem. 3.0? Like the Connie. Was one of the few ships I owned. It didn't have enough fuel to like go down to a moon, land, and then go back to atmosphere and run out. You'd spawn it at Olisar, fly down to Selen, land, fuck around for a little bit, take off, and you run out of fuel like halfway up and you fall back down to the surface. Convoy ETA is percent is. Alright, there we go. Check to see if the thing is powered up, Jadehawk. Sometimes it likes to like put you into a ship that doesn't have powered components. But I know the Arrow likes to lose its radar like instantly upon entering combat. Because your radar is an actual subsystem now that needs power. Convoy ETA is percent is. So this just may not work. Quite honestly, like the convoy. Okay, there we go. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Hold position. No contact. What will we ever do? Cutter. 100, 125A. Gotta wait. All right. What do I do for... Yeah. Nope. 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 Did my internet die? Nope. Let's see here. No. Oh. Try later. Okay, cool. There's an update. Let's see here. Why did you crash? I was trying to have fun. I don't know. Something was happening. Yes, this is the PTU. Trilla. This is... Alright, well, shit. Maybe the PTU is not a thing today. No? Like, fuck off, Star Citizen. Like, I just want to close the launcher down and, like, relaunch. I really need a fun detected emote, don't I? install and restart. So what is the launchers update today? It's under announcements, right? You think they would put the RSI launcher patch notes in the patch note part of the forums, right? Side of share launcher 211. This version is improving message on mandatory system requirements. Play Star Citizen. OS requirements now up to Windows 10 and up. CPU requirements, x86 architecture, AVX instruction feature enabled, AVX2 instruction feature, and FM A3 instruction feature, whatever these are. Some users encounter flickering launcher background, which can be partially mitigated by turning off accessibility settings. Launcher sometimes fails to create a Star Citizen live folder. LCH 1030 launcher suppresses screensaver. LCH 1958 never-ending download loop. LCH 2229 we're investigating network error 5008. So there you go. Let's do the Pico. I know, right? What is a launcher update? Alright, so... Shit, son. It's nice to see the game just fucking crashes to desktop. That sucks. That sucks so much. And there I was thinking to myself, like, you know, it'd be kind of cool. Authorizing connection. All right. Heuristic. Maybe I'll like spawn back in my ship under attack or dead or both. It'll be amazing. Yeah, maybe Chris Roberts just wants to make turrets bad. Kind of like the World War II, World War I turrets, where they missed more than they hit. At which point, it would be kind of boring for players to be in turrets because you're not actually doing anything. It takes thousands and thousands of rounds to actually hit anything, and even then, if you hit anything, like, you're not doing anything. At that point, just let us have NPC crew. Put the NPC crew in the turrets. Because NPCs don't care about getting bored. They're just there. Oh, hey. Cool, we're not dead yet. And we still have the contract. This guy has to be dead. He took a couple of really nasty hits. So that's nice. Don't worry, we're going to crash out here pretty quickly, folks. We also need to, like, convert our, there we go. Oh, we already had the configuration out. Well, where are we supposed to... Where's the Avenger Renegade? Does it not spawn or something? There it is. I mean, like, well, God, we could go back and watch that. It was basically the NPCs were just flying in front of you. I mean, on one hand, yeah, you're right. It was a very boring turret segment, but it was also the first fucking mission, right? It was the first goddamn mission of the game. It's basically a glorified tutorial to kind of get you invested. And of course, they're going to have, you know, tutorial missions to get you in. A turret segment is very tropey when it comes to video games. A lot of games have had like turret segments in them. I'm sorry, did you watch the same gameplay segment that I did? Like, sure, the turret segment kind of sucked, but everything was very, very cinematic, kind of what I expected from Chris Roberts. Very exciting. Very immersive, very cinematic. That's kind of what I expected from Squadron 42. Basically just really, really good cutscenes. I thought it was pretty well done. I mean, the turret segment kind of sucked, but they had, like, a lot of cutscenes interjected. Another Chris Roberts special. You always have to interrupt gameplay with another cinematic to convince the players that you're an actual movie director. So I don't mind having the very first mission being pretty easy, right, and cinematic to kind of get people in. But it basically kind of set the tone for, like, it was already what I knew Chris Roberts was going to do. You're just going to have a lot of cinematics, very beautiful game, probably pretty easy to play overall. Like, the NPCs aren't going to fight back that much. You're probably going to have to play on, like, a hard difficulty to get any sort of challenge. Hard is the... How does that go? Hard is the normal difficulty? We're talking about Generation 4. No, they're not, Jade Hawk. Chris Roberts is doing a very old style sit down and watch cinematic stuff. The new style these days is probably having QuickTime events during cutscenes. You're always saying you have ADHD and can't concentrate for long. How will you manage an hour of turret gameplay interrupted by cutscenes? Well, I did manage to play Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. I actually played a David Cage game, Indigo Prophecy, years ago, from start to finish. Dun, 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 dun. How will you cope, Vertigo? I don't know. I managed to play Expedition 33 to start to finish, and I enjoyed the experience mostly. I managed to get through Starfield. Right? I managed to play Cyberpunk 2077 on release. But I have to admit, Expedition 33 and Cyberpunk 2077 had, like, the most wackiest plot ever that really kept me engaged. Outer Wilds, what was it? No, Outer Worlds. Was a game that I almost lost I basically lost interest in, like, over halfway through. Send them to aggressors. Man, I really don't want to play these dumb mercenary missions. The ghillie missions would be great. Let's show them who's boss. Setting a trap. Of Walla. Surprise party! So where the fuck is this thing? This is probably going to be a microtech, I'd imagine. Let's find out. I mean, if you don't like my number, Jadehawk, just make your own number up. I understand you didn't like Starfield, but Starfield was better than Star Citizen at the time. It was a decent game. It wasn't the worst game ever. Oh, cool. We actually have ships here. So this may be a bit of a challenge. There we go. You know, I would love to fly in decouple mode, but because of all the asteroids... Because of all the asteroids in this area, like, I definitely do not want to do that. Decoupled mode scares me. I think he's disabled. Maybe. No, he's not. We're out of shots. Wait, what? Is this a rendezvous mission? I didn't want to do a rendezvous mission. I was intentionally avoiding those because I hate rendezvous missions. I hate missions where I have to escort bullshit. There, now he's disabled. Boop. Wait, what? Not much, Impasta. What's up, nothing? What's up, chicken butt? What if I, like, decoupled? This guy's doing a pretty good job running around. See, there you go. There's, like, an asteroid flying right past me. One of the reasons why you can't use... You know, dipshit, I'm trying my best here. Of course, he's under attack. By what? I don't know. Did I even... Is that tracking? I don't know if it is. No, it's not. There we go. So I showed up and there's already a bunch of dudes already here and I'm fighting them. And the game's like, no, Vertigo, not those guys. You're not supposed to fight those guys. It's these guys over here you're supposed to fight. I don't even want to do this mission. Yeah, this guy's fucked. There we go. Oh, the fucking... this guy's still here. Really? Wait, but did the ship actually make it to the hangar with the 7% integrity? Looks like it did. Oh my god, my frame rate. I just want higher difficulty missions so I can see how engineering works. Right? I don't want these little tiny shits. I actually want, like, ships that actually can have a little bit of teeth to them. Fight against. But apparently that's too much to ask for. You wish Alcat was best with Expanse. I mean, hey, like I've seen some of the stuff they're doing for the Expanse, and it looks like a mobile game, quite honestly. But the Expanse is not going to kill Star Citizen. Starfield didn't do it. Cyberpunk didn't do it. Battlefield 6 didn't do it. I'm pretty sure Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't going to do it. Oh my god. Like, there's nothing here but you guys, and you're just flipping all over the fucking place. Why? Why are you doing this to me? What kind of mobile? None. I don't play mobile games, like, ever. That's why I say The Expanse looks like a mobile game. It looks like a game I don't want to play. It looks like trash. Okay, what? Which one? Okay, that guy's like too far away for me to hit. I have wait for like Falling Frontiers if that game ever releases. Ah, yes, perfect turret gameplay. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. Finally got one of them. Space Dads. Well, I think Space Dads will play both. Like, you can play Squadron 42, Star Citizen, and Grand Theft Auto 6 at the same time. I mean, is anybody going to purchase Squadron 42? That's the problem. Like, that already hasn't purchased it. I think CIG is going to come out with, like, a special edition to try to sell it to us twice. You know, Paul Shelley theorized that that's what CIG is going to do. Is find some way to get us to pay for Squadron 42 a second time. With like some sort of expansion pack for like extra levels or something. Yeah, this is Garbo. Like every time I try to get like on this guy. Hold on. What if I like stop targeting him? Does he still teleport all over the fucking place? No, I actually hit him. So for some reason, targeting the enemy causes them to lurch all over the fucking place. But if you don't target them, which makes combat like really awful. I almost hit him there. There you go. I kind of need that pip. Oh my god. I mean, like, same with like Battlefield, Mukes. Like, Battlefield is just like, oh look, I'm a soldier shooting other soldiers. Or Call of Duty. At least with Call of Duty 7, they tried something different. And are getting ripped apart for it. Because it's not Call of Duty. It's like Destiny. This is just me, like, practicing with my dual sticks. That's all this is. I'm literally just backing up. I think they're gonna nerf this like in one of these patches. Man, this is fucking terrible. At least he's not lurching all over the place anymore. I don't want to use single-seater ships. This is so fucking boring. Oh, he is like teleporting around a little bit. They have mansions. Didn't they have that in the first game? Like you could own a mansion, Vertigo, or like 4 or something, or 5. You could own property. I don't think he's doing too healthy now. The fuck was that? There we go. That took way too fucking long. Well, we know the Corsair by default is not very good against small ships. That literally is nothing. Basically the same shit. Setting a trap. Build a Walla. R-Corp. Sure. Oh, there's Stones. He's got a really nice tan this patch. Just look what happened to Saints Row 5. Saints Row 5 was a bad game. From what I understand. It missed it. It was written. It was so Saints Row is a series like GTA that realized it was too similar to Grand Theft Auto, so it decided to be a little different by being funny. And Grand Theft Auto 5 forgot... Oh, not Grand Theft Auto. Saints Row 5 forgot to be funny. It forgot what made the game funny. Yep. Actually, isn't there more than 5 Saints Rows? There's 1, 2, 3, and then there's like Get Out of Hell. Okay, where the fuck is the emission cloud here? I think there's more than 5. Yep. Oh, we're gonna die. There we go. Look at that. Vertigo figured out how to actually, like, fly his spaceship without dying. That was like Saints Row 4, I want to say. Can't remember which one had the dildo sword. I want to say 4 did. Keith David was pretty cool. I think he was in 3. Yeah, I don't have a waypoint, and I have 10 seconds. So, awesome. Amazing. Oh, oh. I think Keith David's pretty cool. He was like the president or something. Or he was campaigning for president. He became your vice president. All right, so what the fuck now, Vertigo? I turned off my turned off that thing, the life support, because you really don't need life support. If the Gilly missions were on here, like, it would actually, like, Jesus Christ. I don't know. I guess you just go fight other players. This is the only multi-crew ship I have. What was the guy, kinky guy with the auto-tune voice? Oh, that was fuck, man, I can't remember the name of him, but I remember you pick him up from a he's like a pimp, and he has a pimp cane with like an auto tuner in it because he has no vocal cords. And that's how he's able to talk, if I remember correctly. And you rescue him from like a gimp house, a sex house, a brothel. And he's like tied up in like the basement with like a ball gag and whatnot. And you end up rescuing him from the brothel in like a rickshaw. And you have this like chase, this like slow moving chase. Because if I remember correctly, he was like hooked up to a rickshaw or something, dressed like a fucking horse, with like a dildo up his ass or something like that. Like, Saints Row 3 is like a fucking fever dream when it comes to a plot line. Like, I can't remember the name of the guy. He was like a pimp you rescue. Like I said, it is just... it was like Cat House or something. Was yeah, it's the Gimp chase. It's this fucking sequence. And you have like whores chasing you on a it's just describing it does not explain it. Yeah, it was a BDSMD jump. Yeah.
I don't think it works that way.
And it's supposed to be like this really exciting car chase. Like, back when Saints Row was a comedy, right? You're supposed to have like this car chase and like, no, it's a fucking rickshaw race at like 3 miles an hour. You can get out and walk faster than this. That's what makes it so fucking funny.
Sorry about making you, pull us around.
This is a rescue, right? This ain't some elaborate setup for a gangbang.
Why you gotta put that image in my head, bro?
Oh, I'll go with rescue then. I would shake your hands, but them floors were a little sticky, if you know what I'm saying.
So it was also pretty funny, like this.
Elaborate setup.
Like he's wearing two ball gags. He has one over his throat and his mouth because, like I said, he doesn't have any vocal cords, so he has to use the auto-tune shit.
Pull us around.
This is a rescue, right? This ain't some elaborate setup for a gangbang.
Why you gotta put that image in my head,
But
bro?
yeah, there you go. Saints Row 3, everybody. What are we watching? Billy, I love Billy. Billy the Talkie Kitty. Yeah, whatever. Faster than light. Nah, it's too loud. That works for me. But yeah. Yep. And he also has stirrups. Because people are riding him like a horse. Kenzie was pretty cool. I can't remember what his name is either. Yep, Keith David as Keith David. Contracts. Fuck, man. I don't know. Riari Corporation. Brig 5 Rantadung to Riari. Interested in building a better future? Riari Incorporated is looking for independent contractors to provide additional support for efforts to push the boundaries of science, agricultural medicine, and the Empire and beyond. A research initiative at Deacon's Research Outpost on Yella is in desperate need of resources. We're looking for a reliable contractor to obtain deliver these crucial components. Rantadung. Really? That's kind of funny. Routine patrol, fur. Let's do that. That'll probably work. Apparently, like, you could, like, predict the future using, you know, chicken poop or something. I don't know. It's up to them, I suppose. If they want to bathe in the crap, it's not my place to ask, as long as they're paying, right? Apparently we're here to search the area. What is... wait for dispatch. There we go. Science without limits or taste buds. maybe they like to taste the poop. I don't know. Maybe they're into shit play. Like, I'm trying not to think too hard about this, about why a science organization needs Rantadung. Maybe it's like guano. Maybe it's like a really good fertilizer. Don't worry, you'll never be able to forget that Starfield's only 7 out of 10, Jadehawk. Dispatcher Walton. Alright, so we have to neutralize the target. Oh, it's just this thing? I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Oh, Jesus Christ. He dodged. He dodged again. Man, I want that upgrade for my ship that allows me to, like, have desync and just dodge. Pretty sure I had that upgrade for one of my ships in Everspace. Everspace 2. Boop. Boop. Yeah, he done. There we go. Just... Man, the desync in this game. I also need to add some, like, dead zones to my joysticks. Because just resting my hand on the joystick just causes it to go all sorts of wacky. What are we doing? We're going to the next location. Ugh. Okay, we're gonna ping areas. Oh, swap over to that. I don't think I have a scanner mode swap. There we go. Maybe you should melt your Polaris for an arrow. Keep in mind that the arrow is like super vulnerable. It's super squishy. I have one. I'm thinking about melting it. I mean, my Hornet Mark II is really all I need. Don't know what the hell I'd actually do with any of that money. That's one of the problems is, like, what am I buying in Star Citizen? Right? What is fun? Right? What is fun in Star Citizen? Flying around, taking pictures, I guess. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing on here on the PTU. Oops, wrong button. Good thing we didn't actually kill it. All right. So we definitely need a scan mode in our... Where's my mouse cursor? There it is. Hotkey. Scan mode. There we go. You have a Wi-Fi symbol. There we go. That's good enough. Actually, I don't need the request landing. This one anymore, so we can delete him. Delete. Alright. And then we're done. Yeah. Firebird just tossing missiles at stuff. I mean, it could happen. Red Wind Line Hauler. Genie point over our group. I mean, like, we could just do hauling on live. See, the problem is I have to grind my rep. Why is that so blurry? Why is Foxwell Enforcement really blurry, but these two numbers like really clear? What the fuck is happening with this UI? Interesting. There we go, like Combat Gauntlet 1 for Gilly. That if the Combat Gauntlets were actually available reliably, I'd be doing those missions. Where's my nav mode? There it is. Get over to the Quantum Bacons. Alright, so what are we doing here, Gilly? We're killing a cutter. Pew. Pew. That guy has to be swimming in puke by now. There we go. Alright, next wave incoming. I'd also think about doing like Arena Commander or something, but like Vandal Swarm and Pirate Swarm just don't fucking work. Because, you know, CIG hasn't put any effort into like maintaining maintaining those modes. Should probably swap these out to something that has a little bit higher velocity.
Congratulations. Target.
Just a tiny bit higher velocity. Oh, Prospector. I just do not know why CIG is so obsessed with like putting Prospectors in as combat ships when we have like an Aurora ES. I mean, it kind of makes sense if you have like you're ambushing like pirates trying to do claim jumping, or if they're around a mining site like the OLPs. To have like, oh, Prospector support. He has to be dead. Boop. Come on. There you go. I mean, this should count as a kill right here. Where is the power plant of the Prospector? There we go. Well, that's that mission done. We could probably try to look for, what is it? Alright, so size 4 weapons, not fire rates. I'm gonna go for velocity. Speed. Higher speed. Rhinos have the highest speed. Light strikes. Axom L22. Oh, that's for the, whatchamacallit. Omnisky 12s? I think I have some Omniskys. 1344. At 820. Revenant does even better. 1200. So it seems so weird, like the 1324. How about size 5s? Well, we can also just go back to the main calculator webpage. Said M7As. Galderines. Breakneck. Omnisky. So, yeah, Omnisky. How about Omnisky 4s all around? Right? That way they're all the same projectile speed. Okay, so where can I buy these? Hurl 5, Hurl 4, Orison, Seraphim, Bajini Point. Oh, Bajini Point. You don't say. Area 18. I probably have these at Area 18. I probably bought a bunch of them. And we do need to change out the missiles. A18. There we go. And we're on our way. So if we get the ghillie missions to pop up more reliably. That'd be great. I don't see any of them. Down to Area 18. Been at this for a while. Do they have a new patch coming out here? Testing chats. 2 hours ago. Nope. It's probably gonna be after I get done streaming. Don't forget to get your Luminal presents, everybody. They have 2. They have a gun. They have a pistol. Holiday-themed pistol and some holiday-themed paints for a ship you don't own. Which is fine, because they're free. Nobody owns an ox. Right? We can actually just go back to the keyboard controls. Ah, there's a cutter. They do exist. This guy's actually being flown by Gundy 7. Whatever the hell that is. There's an Avenger. Call me some ATC, would ya? Then landing gear. You gotta claim them all on the last day. See, I have to remember to do that. That's my problem. Oh. What? Was that my ship that exploded just now? Apparently this is a thing. Where you go into land and suddenly you have to reposition your character. And apparently I'm just stuck repositioning player. Can I backspace? No. Is that a known issue? I haven't had that happen yet at Area 18, where I've been like something like that. Support, issue council, Star Citizen. And let's filters. Data report. Last 7 days. Actual positioning player. I've selected hangar, move my lift, message persons. Player in chat, mean more at Flint, more in player. Buying terminal, trolling player. Player dies in hangar and PT45. Upon spawning hangar, use first two players, got Halo Vision, drop dead. Player reposition, no position. Last contributed 6 hours ago. I want to join your PC. Launch the delivery mission. Went to New Babbage. What happened? I applied entry into New Babbage, new hangar. They put me on the waiting list. They gave me a hangar, and while I was later, they told me to request grant. I went to the hangar, and shortly after passing through the hangar, I was repositioned. Consequently, my screen froze. I couldn't do anything. Yes. Yes, I did. Game breaking issue. Add game version. This is P2. Current version of the P2. This is my version. Let's see here. Print screen. That's live. We want to go into PTU. Screenshots. There we go. Land in hangar. And got thrown. Went to land in hangar, got black screen. At in RM. Riker, I can't remember how to spell Riker Memorial. Called for landing at Area 18, got permission, went to landing hangar, got black screen, then after a few minutes, stuck in reposition player in RM spaceport. Cannot move. Cannot play the game. There we go. Three days ago, 5 days ago. There we go. So I guess we have to exit the menu. I'm glad to hear that, Asimer. You have to avoid surgery. You just have to take pills for the rest of your life. All right. Let's get back in, I guess. All right, let's see if we get in and get out of this stock in position bullshit. That's gonna be kind of an. Hopefully, like my Corsair didn't get destroyed, but I have a strong suspicion that explosion I heard when I got stowed was the Corsair blowing up. All right, cool. We're back in our hangar. Let's go search for our Corsair. Cutlass red, probably utility. Corsair! Destroyed. Gee, I wonder how it got destroyed. It wasn't my fault. It was Star Citizen's fault. This sucks. I mean, is it... The screen's not changing. Did it actually claim? We have 5 minutes. Alright, what's everybody complaining about on the fucking forums? General. CI just painted themselves into a corner. Subscription isn't worth it anymore. Subscription hasn't been worth it for a while. No longer supports like the video content. Subscription was meant to founding the shows Inside Star Citizen Live, Calling All Devs, and Jump Point Magazine. Star Citizen, our subscription directly funded community content like behind the scenes videos. This is written by AI. I figure it has a list. It has these weird formatting. I stopped subscription because it wasn't worth it anymore. I pay a lot of money for ships and found a game, but subscriptions are... I want the weekly videos back. But now you're trying to sell a discount on subscribers for Lumina Festival. This feels like a joke. It's marketing team part of CIG. Like, how... ask for a refund and then buy it back. There's been a says subscription was never worth it. What is this? We are transparent as game devs as possibly. The community gets weekly videos about the progress we put out, monthly reports, and our devs are discussing with the community. It does not mean the general public should see everything. In my case, I do not want public testing for a simple reason that we need unbiased opinions. Oh yeah, this is for that stupid flight model leak. They were trying to make some adjustments to the flight model with like a private test server with invite only. But it turned out a few people leaked information about what... I don't fucking care. I mean, just do it, test internally with people you know, friends and family, that kind of shit. Or get your shit finalized and then just release the final version of the flight model. I mean, like, I don't envy Yogi at all. Like, it's a job is a job, right? All jobs have their own difficulty. Some jobs are easier than others. But this guy's got to figure out how to make everybody have fun, right? And fun is very subjective. I don't envy this guy's job at all. It must suck being paid like minimum wage to figure out how to get all the nerds to be happy, and it turns out nerds can't be made happy. You got sycophants telling you that you're amazing and you're doing a great job, and you have like the opposite of that. You have psychopaths telling you that you suck and you should kill yourself. So like I said, I don't envy this guy's job at all. Like, one of the reasons why I don't talk about Yogi that much on my channel or mention him specifically by name, because I know he's just getting a ration of shit from all sides. Simply because he's trying to figure out how to make this shit fun, and every idea he's coming out with, somebody's gonna hate. So you might as well just make a decision, knowing that half the population is not gonna like your decision. And there's always gonna be somebody who said, I wouldn't have done that way, I'd have done it differently, right? And there are some people who have bad ideas in positions at CIG. Mostly I blame management for greenlighting some of these bad ideas. Chris Roberts has made better before, right? Even like the feel of like combat, like space combat versus like the capital ships. I don't know. You know, I'm thinking of back to like Wing Commander 3, those little corvettes they had. QPan, do you remember that? Wing Commander 3, when you're fighting those Kilrathi corvettes? And you can take those fuckers down with like a medium fighter. Same with like Wing Commander 2. That's probably the Polaris, I would imagine. That's why the Polaris shields suck so much. Oh no. Oh no. So it is a Chris Roberts thing. How could we have not seen this coming? Because for years, the Polaris was released. The Polaris was hilariously tanky. And then CIG suddenly decided that, oh, with the release of engineering, we're going to make the Polaris like really weak after it had been really tanky for all these years. I don't know. Like, you think CIG could have kept the shields a lot weaker all those for like the entire year the Polaris was released to kind of simulate like the final balance. No. Like I said, like there's some management problems here with CIG. We had this conversation with Expat Brad where it's just like CIG releases systems. Those systems stay a certain way for a very long time. Everybody gets acclimated. All the player base gets acclimated to the way those systems are and how they play. And then CIG comes out and changes everything. And then they have a massive uproar in the community because the game plays dramatically differently now. Yeah, There's people on the test team that tell me that the changes they made for turrets and ships are good because the multi-crew ships can now fight light fighters better. Really? Have they done anything to, like, address, like, the hit probability of, like, turrets versus light fighters? Like, we already looked at the DPS. We already looked at, like, Urkel, and specifically the Polaris. The Polaris got nerfed really heavily in the current PTU, like, by its shield generators. The Glacius went down from, like, from live is, like, 1 million shield hit points, and it's down to, like, 270,000 shield hit points, which is, like, a decrease of, like, 76%, I think. Nobody wants to sit... Yeah, I mean, I agree, Jadehawk. Like, I think operating those turrets should be optional. Like, it should be an option for a player to get into that turret, and, like, if they want to, like, fine. But I think a lot of those turrets should have been automated by default. Because who the fuck would want to sit in those turrets? And I bought ships based on the idea that I would have NPC crew by now. That I would just be able to assign NPC to turret roles to help fill out my crew, right? I would be managing NPCs at this point. And then you'd have like me, the captain, would look at like a radar contact, and I'd be like, okay, shoot at this guy. Yeah, exactly. Picard tells Worf to like arm the torpedoes and fire at a specific target. But no, that's not how it works. You have to know like 80 billion people to like fully crew your like Idris or something, or your Javelin. But yeah, the Polaris got nerfed heavily, but they didn't change. Did they change the velocity of any of the guns to make them higher velocity so that you can actually engage? For example, the Omni Skies, those were like no. Which one are the anti-fighters? Probably the Panther turrets, right? Did they change the ammo speed? Ammo range, ammo lifetime, pellets per shot. Speed. No, they're still 1800 meters per second. You can still outmaneuver Panthers from like 2 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers. Like, I did miss that one PTU where they did nerf heavily every weapon in Star Citizen, like the range, the velocity. They nerfed all the shields and whatnot. I missed that one, and then CIG reverted. It requires a crew of 4 to man all the guns, and the turrets are just in a weird spot. I wouldn't mind the bottom guns underneath the bridge to be like a remote, a manned turret for the co-pilot to be in. I honestly wouldn't mind that. The Corsair's got some weird design flaws in it. The side turrets on the like the little sideburn turrets it has on the side of the cockpit, those are just bizarre. And just how they're mounted. It's that's one of those artists. An artist made that because it looks cool. It looked cool to them. But yeah, subscribing hasn't been worth it for a long time. Now that they're doing less and less. You just get a bunch of junk in your in-game hangar and get access to Jump Point, which is a bunch of, like, again, more garbage. CIG has painted themselves into a corner with shields. I'll be blunt. The implementation of having maximum 2 active shields is the worst gameplay mechanic decision I've seen in 12 years I have backed this project, and leaves me with virtually no choice but go back to the drawing board. I think we all expect the mechanic to be in your backup shield kicked in when your primary shields gets depleted, giving you the effective shield HP of all your shields, while only requiring you to have power and cooling for 2 shields at a time. This would have been a very logical design choice, as the power requirements for having multiple shields has always been way out of whack in comparison just to having a single shield of a single larger size. However, that is not the current implementation. It has been verified multiple times at this point that the intention for now is to have your backup shields only come online when your primary shields are physically destroyed. This is a problem. Yeah, and that is true. So when you run out of shield hit points, and you're in a Redeemer or a Retaliator, and your shields get fully depleted, you're out of shield hit points. That's it. That's all the shield hit points you have. And then once the shield generator gets destroyed, the other shields will take over. Right? The problem is, once your shields are down, how do you get them back up? Like, if you're taking fire, what's to stop the person shooting at you from just shooting more? Right? Because we have a down regen delay of, like, over 12 seconds for most ships that have size 2 shields. If we look at, like, Urkel here, PTU, we go to, like shields here, and then we look at, like, I don't know, size 2, and then we, like, have a minimum regen time to full. You also have a damage regen delay, which stops your shields from regenerating while you're taking damage, which guarantees... A long time ago, we used to have shields that just constantly regenerated, regardless of, like, whether you're getting hit or not. It made shields ridiculously tanky, because you had to have enough DPS to overcome that regeneration to actually reduce the shields to 0. But you also have what's called a down regen delay. And I think the lowest one is like 5 seconds, yeah. So even then, like, all you have to do is once the shields go down is start modulating your firepower, like fire a couple of guns, because it doesn't care. It could literally be someone rubbing against their, humping your hull with their fists, just punching your ship with their fists. That's enough damage to keep your shields from turning back on. So after you run out of shield hit points, all someone has to do is just pepper your ship every few seconds with some laser fire, and your shields are never coming back up. So what's the point of having multiple shield generators? I guess when you leave the fight, you are guaranteed to have shields that regenerate, but I don't know. Like, it's... Especially where CIG put all the shield generators. I need to get a Retaliator one of these days, or Redeemer, to figure out where all the goddamn... I'm pretty sure they're all in that one space in the tail section on the second floor. All the size 2 shield generators are up there. So if you get penetrated, chances are all the shield generators are going to get hit. Can you? I mean, if you have a Mantis and you're interdicted, right? Or if you get your quantum drive blown out. Like I said, like, the shields aren't coming back up. I mean, maybe if it worked like this guy suggested, if you had multiple size 2 shield generators installed, that when all your shield hit points went away, another one kicked in to regenerate your shields forcibly. And they were just kind of like, if you fully powered, like, your entire shield grid, like if you had 6 shield generators and they all required 2 power pips, and you had 12 power pips, and you managed to put all the power into power pips, whoever's attacking you would have to go through multiple layers of shields or something. Who flies a Mantis? I got interdicted the other day, flying through Nyx. It happens every so often. You can't always assume you can just quantum away from any fight. But yeah, like, it's... I don't know what CIG's planning to do with, like, having multiple size 2 shield generators. Redundant components. If you put the components right next to each other, they're not redundant because they'll get damaged at the same time. Redundancy doesn't make sense on really small ships anyways, when you can just penetrate the whole fucking thing from nose to stem. From nose to stern. Bow to stern. Makes more sense on ships like the Idris to have redundancy. Honestly, Jadehawk, I agree. You make another point I agree with. Size 3 shield gen should regenerate constantly. Or they should have a 2-stage regeneration. But once your shields get down, I think you should be a fairly substantial, like, delay before they start regenerating again, just to kind of, like, make things more interesting. You should be trying, as a larger ship, you should trying to maneuver in such a way to cause your shield grid to face, where you're not taking damage. And so you'd have, like, a choice, right? You'd have to put effort into ballistics to, like, shoot at like PDCs and whatnot, so you can have a ship with bigger guns come into range, or knock out turrets, or knock out guns, knock out surface elements. You know, some kind of weapon. I think they should get laser cannons like shield pen, like large size 4, size 5 laser cannons should have a little bit of shield pen, similar to ballistics. I don't know. Exactly. Well, I mentioned that earlier, that if you put all the shield generators right next to each other, and one takes damage, chances are the one its neighbor is going to take damage, because they're like next. They're like, even if CIG got rid of like the cone and made just like a line that went to the ship, a lot of weapons have enough fire rates that they can pepper. Yeah, okay, so let's change out the Corsair stuff. They can pepper like an entire engineering bay with damage and start to degrade performance of all your components. I don't know, like when CIG announced the change that the Redeemer or the Retaliator were going to get like multiple size 2 shield generators, I was kind of like, I don't know. Can I just unequip these racks? To like remove all the missiles? No. The missiles are equipped by default. You cannot do that, Vertigo. I was like, I don't know, CIG. Like, I don't think this mechanic is going to work out the way you think it is. You're going to have to artificially give... You're going to have to artificially give deactivated components damage resistance. Just because. So if someone turns off a component, it's going to get like a little shield around it that protects it from damage. So that it's actually a backup at that point. That's how I imagine CIG is going to have to do it. Like if a component like is unpowered, it's just going to have like 50% damage reduction, so it can actually be a backup. Let's go ahead and put a bunch of size 4s instead of size 5s on everything. Oh, they're size 3s. Vertigo, what are you doing? Here. There we go. I know, I would love to have them redo the vehicle loadout manager, and supposedly we were going to have it at some point in time. These civilian. I could actually upgrade this thing to like A-rated civilian shit. I just need to figure out where I can buy all that crap. I don't know, man. It's just fucking Star Citizen, right? Again, like they actually deleted the cone. Good job, CIG. Yeah, I sadly have to bug. I don't kind of want to play Star Citizen. Base penetration distance. So it's below 2 meters. This is weird. New radius. They did. Oh, wow. 94%. So now you basically have to get direct hits. This is the Tarantula Mark II, Tarantula Mark I, Shredder repeaters. Honestly, having a tiny cone wouldn't be such a bad idea, just to like, it does. They have just a minuscule cone. 0.8 meters, that's what? Decimeters? It goes base, deci, centi, and milli. So that's like 8 centimeters, and it opens up to 17 centimeters. But anyways, I was gonna like go do some shopping for the Drake Corsair. Where's Drake? Drake D Drake Corsair. Okay, so we got the bats. We want Really? Akura, Narn gun. I think I didn't I already have some Narn guns in my no, I didn't. Then these are a little bit better in terms of like regen. They're not much better hit point wise, they're just better regen wise. It takes like 10 seconds to full regen. Genoa. Oh, that would actually be an upgrade, believe it or not. The Lotus is the civilian shit, which is 19. Where can I buy the Lotus? Stand ship shops, Terror Gateway, Pyro Gateway, Cruel 2, Orison. Of course, Orison. Pyro Gateway, really? Okay. How about Frostar? Aphus. Pyro Gateway. Looks like we're going to Pyro Gateway, everybody. And then you got the Hermea, or the Hurricane. Where is the Hurricane? Mega Pro, New Babbage, Make Dumpers Depot, Area 18. So the Hurricane's easier to get my hands on. What about the Hermea? Cousin Crows, Cruel 1. So yeah, let's just get the Hurricane. There you go. Get the, oops, Aphis. Nope, not Avalanche, dipshit. Aphis. Oh, where's the Genoa at? Everest Harbor, New Babbage. So fuck that. We're gonna go for the Lotus, which is at the Pyro Gateway, which is not that far away. And then we get a Hurricane from here. The Narn gun. I swear to God, you could buy the Narn gun from this area. No budgeting point. All right, so that'll give us a little extra power. The Lotus. If I could get the Genoa, that'd be great. But Aphus give us better cooling. I think less power, right? Frostar EX. No, it gives us better cooling. $39 versus $34 for the same power. And the Hurricane just is straight better. Alright, so Vertigo has to go use the restroom. Let's just go back to menu, I guess. We'll load back in. Snack time, ETA 15 minutes. No, snack time is now. American, try the metric system. Alright, so it's break time. So we're gonna head to the restroom, get a snack, stretch our legs. We'll be right back in a few minutes with more Star Citizen. So don't go anywhere. All right, let's see what we can do. Yeah, I think if we're going to talk about like the P2 here, like on Urkel, we can also look at the SP viewer as well. Up here, Star Citizen, Ship's Performance Viewer. Switch over to that's live. There we go. Data from the P2. Let's look at the Corsair. When we look at hit points, right? Damage, shield hit points, blah blah blah, angular velocities, emissions. There's got to be a HP stat somewhere around here. Refuel cost, fuel, carrying capacity, weapon flight performance, acceleration, insurance, armor. So it says it has like 9,000 armor hit points, right? On SP viewer. But it also says vital part of the body, like 15,000 hit points, right? Which I'm assuming they're going off the armor pool, right? And the hit points, they still use the hit point system to indicate like when a part should detach from the ship. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 90% fuse damage. Because CIG realized that fuse gameplay is kind of shit for small ships. Durability damage modifiers. You take 30% more energy damage. I mean, it's just, I don't know. CIG's trying their best to figure out how this shit's gonna work. Yeah, fuse component. So it takes 90% less fuse damage and 20% less component damage for this specific ship. Is that for every ship? Or is that just a generic stat? Let's look at the Hornet. If I can type Hornet properly. A Mark II. Yep. The Hornet Mark II has a 90% fuse damage and 60% less component damage. How about the Mark I, the C Mark I? 90-60. How about the Gladius? 90-60, okay. How about a size 2 ship, Cutlass? Not the Clitless. Cutlass Black, 90-50. How about Cutlass Blue? 90-50. How about the Constellation? Constellation Andromeda, 90-30. So, okay. So smaller ships just, okay, hull quirks. I talked about this a long time ago, that CIG was going to have to give, like, specific ships, like, special quirks to make them viable. And so small ships have, like, reduction in component damage because the small ships are so component dense, they're basically just flying component bricks. And as a result, like one shot will penetrate multiple components through a Gladius or an arrow. A Paladin, 30 physical, 50 energy. Wait, what? The Paladin is nerfed really hard? Is that percentage? That basically means it takes a bonus damage from physical and energy. Like, I'm willing to give CIG the benefit of the doubt here and just say the P2 is just a fucking mess for balance. Well, I'm gonna get out of this goddamn elevator first before I tab out. Or maybe not, because my frame rate's shit. SP viewer. Paladin! What's a Paladin? Fuse component is 90-50, which is pretty, that's fine for its size. Pitch draw roll, acceleration, hydrogen, health points. So it's got 27,000 armor hit points. Missiles and bombs, cargo. I guess you have to scroll down a little bit. Shield resistant, that's shield specific. Where's the hull resistances? Durability, health, yeah, well, it's 30%. So it takes 30% extra energy damage, the armor. You're on the Perseus. Okay, so yeah, the Paladin has 0/0 modifiers. So the Perseus. Perseus. Yes. I'm pretty sure that means it takes bonus damage. I think. Because Urkel displays that a little bit differently. Go look at, what is it? RSI. Perseus. No. Okay, so this is live. Never mind. I have to go over here. Burp. I'm an idiot. I have like multiple things open. Perseus. Don't let the Polaris, dumbass. I really do not like the UI of Urkel. Like, it is just too many drop-down menus everywhere. Yeah. So it takes 30% more energy damage to the hull, and then 15% less physical damage, according to how this works. So, yeah, I'm used to reading it like this, where like a negative number means you take more damage, a positive number means you resist damage, and then this is backwards. So you're plus 30%, which means you're taking extra damage, and then you're negative 15% physical. This fucking webpage is so poorly set up. You need to have consistency within your numbers and the way you apply them, right? So here, this is resistance, and same with here. This is resistance. This means you take less damage because it's a whole number. A negative number means you take bonus damage. Over here, it's the absolute fucking opposite. With negative 15% being damage reduction, 15% damage reduction, and plus 30 means you take bonus damage. It's probably in the files, really. I'm willing to bet this is just how CIG applies these numbers in the files, and it's like super confusing. I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, it... So I'm willing to bet when you get the vital part down to, like, yeah, I thought we were going to get rid of, like, the whole hit points entirely, and it was just going to be, like, your power plant. But then CIG realized that, oh, wait, you can just target the power plant if you know where it is, and then destroy the ship entirely. And they were like, oh, shit, what are we going to do? I don't know, increase the hit points of the power plant. It sounds like, to me, shields should be more important than ever. You don't want your shields to go down at all. So maybe we should bring back constant shield regen. It really did make the Vanguard a real tanky beast back in the day. Like, having two size 2 shield generators where all the stats stacked. You put the high regen shields, the stealth shields had like the highest regen. Sure, you didn't have a lot of hit points, but it didn't matter because, man, you had a huge DPS bar to clear to actually like disable those shields. Yeah, exactly. Like, you'd have like armored bulkheads like to put your power plants into, but again, like they ships were not designed by engineers, they were designed by artists. They were designed to look cool and be sold to like nerds that like art. Everybody just assumed that the armor system would come in and solve all this. Nope. The first implementation of armor is basically just hull hit points all over again. I don't even know why you guys bothered at this rate. Yeah. I would make the heavy fighters more pitchy and yawy than more pitch than yaw. That way, heavy fighters have to roll and pitch into their turns to actually be like relevant, as opposed to like light fighters, which can pitch and yaw at the same degrees. You'd have to, like, as a heavy fighter, you have to roll and pitch. I don't know. Like, Elite Dangerous did that, and I hated it, but... Like, you're gonna have to make heavy fighters at least somewhat competitive with light fighters in a dogfight to make them relevant. I vaguely remember them saying that. I mean, it really doesn't do much. It's just another hit point pool you have to eat through. We already had hit points. We already had hull hit points. Who fucking cares, right? And you could just, like... A lot of it, like, this goes back to, like, why we use hit points in, like, video games to begin with, right? It's an abstraction designed to abstract how tough something is to kill. All right, we're gonna head to, assuming we can even get into Dumper's Depot. And so, things that you want to have be tougher and harder to kill, you give more hit points to. Right? Especially if you're using like a straight DPS system that has no like, oh, this is like for example, like Dungeons and Dragons, you have like different types of damage. You have slashing damage, you have piercing damage, you have bludgeoning damage, and certain creatures will be weak to certain types of damage, or they'll be resistant to certain types of damage. Or at least some of the variants of Dungeons and Dragons, you know, video games I've played. You'll even have like different elemental effects, like fire and ice and like necrotic damage, and you'll have certain creatures resist or like vulnerable to those types of damages, right? Yeah, Wing Commander had armor sides. And CIG could have done the exact same thing, where you had like, let's see what we're doing here. I have to remember what the fuck we're doing. What were we doing? That's the Pursuits. We wanted to buy... Wait, what? No. Where's our Corsair? We're fucking with a Corsair, right? Nah. I can't remember what I wanted to buy here. It wasn't the shield generators. I think we have to go to Pyro to do it. It was the Loricas, I think. The 7As. Or maybe it was the power plants. Oh, Quantum Drive. Definitely the Quantum Drive. It was like the Hurricane or something. Yeah, Hurricane. I'll buy like, I don't know, 2 of those. They're expensive. And I think we could also buy something else here. Size 3 industrial. I'm gonna let this guy use the thing. But yeah, like if we're using a straight DPS system where it's just hit points and then damage, and there's no like different variation of damage types, so you can have resistances and whatnot to certain damage types, then just give ships that are bigger, tougher, more hit points. Done. Problem solved, right? There we go. Save that. That's just better than the torrents. Oh, and did it not save the arresters? I thought I had the thunderbolts set up here. So there you go. Oh, I did have some thunderbolts, but I didn't have them all set up. So, for example, if you have an 890 jump and you want the 890 jump to be difficult to disable, just give the power plant a couple million hit points. Problem solved. Like the Polaris, for example. Give the main power plant the whole hit points, like 3 million hit points. Problem solved. Suddenly, the Polaris is a lot harder to disable when his shields go down. Oh no, we don't have the armor system in. What are we gonna do? Give the Polaris main power plant 3 million hit points. Done. You don't need to have the armor system in to make the Polaris tough to kill. Or the Perseus tough to kill. Let's see here. So this is, what is this, PTU? Let's use fucking this. So if we go look at the Polaris here. Do we have the power plants? Life support, flight controller, coolers. There we go. So coolers, for example. Max cooling, Serac shop. Yeah, you can't change these out. Health, 9,500 hit points. That's not enough for a capital ship component. This thing should have half a million hit points, in my opinion. Just raise the rate at which components get like malfunctions from like 50% to 75%. Have very minor like malfunctions happen at higher health percentages, and you can like replicate like durability that way. I don't know what else to tell these people. It's that fucking simple. We went to PTU. Same with Perseus. Main power plants here. Where is it? Mercury, coolers, power plant. Centurion. You can actually change these out. Power plants. Max size, generation, health. 2,100 hit points. That is about as much hit points as a 300i. 300i has 1,600 hit points. I think Gladius had like 2,000 hit points. These need to be like add an extra 0 to these components. Just make the components just more healthier. Just done. Problem solved. I don't understand what the problem here is. When the shields go down, you have to like put some effort into taking out the components. That's basically what should Narn gun. Where do we get the Narn guns? I think it's Pyro. Forest, New Babbage, Bajini Point. So I have to go to Bajini to get this. I think these. And that'll hold you over to next year. Literally next year. When you guys can start actually, like... Yeah, Pyro Gateway for that. Frostar EX. That'll hold you over to next year when you can actually sit down and start, you know... Pyro Gateway. So we have to go to Bajini Point to get the shield generator, and then power plants are going to be Pyro Gateway. We already got this. Okay, cool. I know, right? If we have an OP ship, let's sell even more OP ships. Oh, they don't have to start selling anything here. So that's kind of my take on this. Instead of fucking around with an armor system, put a veggie dog. No, we want a chili dog. Instead of fucking around with an armor system that's half-assed, how about we just increase hit points? Right? A hilarious amount for like internal components. That'll do something. Yeah, it blows my mind how many times that's... I think it's one of those things where they've managed to convince someone in management that it's time for balances now to like keep their jobs. We need to balance the game, Chris Roberts. They choose to do it at weird times as well. Alright, we can also get some ammo, too. Because we can head over to, like, ammo, meds, that kind of shit. So the Perseus got nerfed really hard from live. Poor little guy. We go look on the Perseus and the P2 because it's got size 3 components, and size 3 components got reduced. Sure stop 2600. Let's see here. Actually, no, it got buffed. 5200, 6600. So the shield's got a little bit better compared to live. 5200 for the sure stop, 66. It's not enough. Oh no, you got under a 10,000 shield. It wasn't. That wasn't the problem. Right? That wasn't the problem with the Perseus. Oh no, you got an extra 5,000 hit points. An extra 5,000, well, actually 10,000 hit points, because both shield generators components stack. The Perseus was just way too fragile. With those size 3 shields. Considering what the damn thing's supposed to do. Oh my god, my game is crying right now. I'm glad we're going back in time. Also, I like the sideways. I like the fire extinguishers in the display. I thought they were sideways guns for a second there. But no, they're just fire extinguishers. But at least you know you can buy them here. No, it's Star Citizen. I have no idea what the fuck's going on here, but my frame, as we've said before, frame rate implies more than one. I'm so glad we spent all that money to get me a, what was it, a 5070? And this is how the game treats me. Three frames. 3 fucking frames. I just want to buy some ammo and some meds. Parallax. There we go. Parallax battery. We'll just buy 100 of these fucking things. How about it? And then we some meds. Cruise. Got like 20 of those. Yeah, no, I'm yeah, we figured something out. Oh, did it finally fix itself? How about cruise? I need to change that. My specs are different now. I totally forgot to update that. Thanks for reminding me. Now, see, now we're up to 50 for some reason. 58, almost 60 frames per second. Now we're back down to 20, 19. What the hell happened there? Also, there's that red gun. For a new car. I do have some DDR4, I think. Some just hanging around I should probably sell. Go on eBay or something and sell that stuff. I have like some Corsair DDR4 that have 16 gigs. Because I put 64 in this tower of DDR4, I believe. A long time ago, back when Star Citizen was, you know, much worse. I'm just waiting for the AI bubble to burst. That way we get a whole bunch of cheap graphics cards and memory and CPUs on the market, on the secondhand market. I don't think these people really know what the fuck they're doing with AI. Man, I feel like I'm playing 8 Helldivers after I run out of stamina. I want to use stims just to keep running. What do you think of the pulverizer? I think it's pretty decent. I just don't like the look of it. I know, Firefly. See, my problem is I feel like they're trying to slot AI into everything they can. Like, it's overhyped. And there's so much hype into AI that I feel like it's like NFTs. Like, we're trying to use AI for everything. And there's only a few things that AI is really going to be good at. Yeah, I mean, you can find the pulverizer over in Nyx. There's, like, those missions. I'm sure you can buy it off somebody. Like, fairly cheap, like, in-game, if you want to get one immediately. Maybe, I think that... Don't they sell the pulverizer in Nyx? Like, just at conscientious objects? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about here. Like, AI does have some uses, like large language models and whatnot. But I also feel like they're just trying to shove AI into everything. It's not that great. I totally forgot, like, we have the helmet remove button as well. Which is like Alt-H or something. Yeah, there we go. Well, that would be a lot more impressive if I had more than 6 frames. I'd like to point that out. Thank you very much, game. Oh, there we go. I haven't seen one of those in a while. I had to resync with the server. Yeah, this is brutal. Also, my ping is all over the place. It's like 280 milliseconds. Or is that my frame generation time? I don't know. Oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe if I switch back over to DirectX 11. This'll be like a lot less. Maybe it's the Vulkan renderer. I don't know, CIG. Make your Vulkan renderer worth the shit. People would use it. You want to play some MechWarrior or Final Fantasy? I know, right? Man, I'd love to like go play some Helldivers. They've been trying these new lava planets in Helldivers, and they're all right, but the problem is like everything's on fire, like all forever and all time. Expedition 33, why not? Let's try again. Let's see if that was it. Happy Ironclad and Hull B got a cargo increase. Yep. And then the whole D and E got a cargo decrease. Because CIG realized that they were fucking crazy when they put those numbers in there originally. And this is one of those things where CIG gives us a placeholder number, and then they change that number. If that number goes up, everybody's happy. If the number goes down, everybody gets mad. So having placeholder numbers is kind of a bad idea. But everybody wants those numbers because they want to, you know, quantify like how good the ship is versus other ships. Alright, let's see if this works. Apparently the number 67 has been really popular with the kids these days. Hey, William. For some reason, a 67 is now a new meme number. For some reason. I'm like out of touch with the kids these days and what they find funny. Why you pick 18 as primary? Because I like Area 18? Oh, it's 6'7", old timer. Okay, what does it mean? Someone explain it. What do the numbers mean, Mason? Because I don't know. Okay, so we switched off of Vulcan, and we're back to DirectX 11. Hey, it's funny. Doesn't mean anything. Okay. Kind of like that stick bug thing that was happening for a while. It's just absurd. So it's counterculture, like punk. It's terrible music, but they enjoy it because it's not boomer music. Okay, so that feels a lot better. All right. So we needed med pens. We need some ammo. I don't think... Are we really going to do any ground ops? I don't think so. I mean, mostly trying to do space shit. We bought some of these. You can have a reverse mohawk where you're bald down the center and you have hair on the sides. Kind of like Captain Picard. Everybody knows who Captain Picard is, right? Oh my god, this frame rate. Alright, so maybe PT was not that great of an idea. Maybe it's time to give up on PTU. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Fuck this. Absolutely just, nope, we're done. I switched off Vulcan, and I'm still having hilarious frame rate problems. Well, tell you what, everybody, we'll check back in when it goes live. when this shit goes live, we'll do something with it. But until then, like, engineering exists. It's there. We'll deal with it when it goes live. Instead, we're just gonna head back to live and we're gonna grind live. We'll do some luminal gift deliveries, because those are fun. I spawn at Area 18 for mostly, like, personal reasons. Aesthetics. Because an Econopolis is the actual future. It's actual a sci-fi concept. Let's build an entire planet that's a city. That there's a feat of engineering that only happens in science fiction. Trillions and upon trillions of people living on top of each other. Yeah, I like to imagine Star Trek Picard is just Patrick Stewart wanting more money in his retirement and, you know, wanting to get out. Right? Patrick Stewart just wanted to get out of the house and earn a little bit more money because he had like a big screen, a plasma screen TV he needed to pay off. So that's my headcanon for Star Trek Picard. It was basically a show that didn't need to be made. They could easily do like other shows, other things with Star Trek. I've seen a few episodes of Lower Decks, and they're amazing. I mean, you have to give up on the whole... It's not a serious Star Trek show. It's basically like it throws a lot of Star Trek like memes at you and canon, but it doesn't play with it very seriously. So you have to realize that it's designed to be a comedy first and foremost. And I have a few friends who just do not accept Lower Decks. Who the fuck is this? I have a friend who I have several friends that love Star Trek, but they refuse to give Lower Decks a chance because it doesn't take the lore seriously enough, and it's apparently it was written by like the same writers who did Rick and Morty, and that was like a huge turnoff because they did not like. I understand it. You don't like Rick and Morty, that's fine. Rick and Morty is one of those shows where you're either gonna really like it or you're gonna hate it. And there's some people out there who the fans can be really bad, right? Especially, Pickle Rick! I find some of the episodes of Rick and Morty pretty interesting and kind of funny. But it's so casual, like, on its science fiction concepts. Like, they'll just pull out a MacGuffin out of their ass and be like, yeah, I could just change the color of the star. Sure, why not? Or there was the episode where Rick fucked a planet and got the planet pregnant, and they had to, like, design an entire society around the butthole of the planet. I'm just like, what? Or Rick has a girlfriend that's like a hive mind, kind of like The Thing. John Carpenter's Thing. That could take over people. And, like, that's just a thing now. So, but because the people who wrote Rick and Morty wrote Lower Decks, like, we can't have that. Of course, his parents were like Bible thumpers and he was homeschooled, so I don't blame him. And he watches a lot of anime. So there's that. I'm like, bro, you actually unironically enjoy Strike Witches. Fuck off. What are we doing here? We want to do a delivery mission, right? Red Wind. Click package. I don't know. We could probably try some Dead Saints. Sure. I mean, I like anime, but I prefer my animes to have not little girls flying around in their panties, fighting aliens, and yeah. Maybe not that. Japan. One of the few animes I actually told my friend, like, you're gonna turn this shit off or I'm walking out of the house. Why do I have 2 spirits? Wait a minute, do I have like a free one to give away? Like, why do I have 2 of these? No, I have the golem. Why do I have 2 spirits? They're replicating, they're multiplying, folks. I have the Halloween giveaway. I should probably do that. I should probably give that ship away at some point. Microtech. Yeah, we'll do it for Christmas or something. I have the Meteor. The Foundation Festival, Alien Week giveaway. I have the Prowler utility. Ripper SMG. Why do I have this fucking thing? Oh, it's part of the Frontier Fighter shit. I have last year's Lumina stuff. Okay. So I don't know why I have 2 C1 spirits anymore. Maybe it's for are they doing a free fly right now for Lumina? Welcome to Nyx. I just get free shit sent to me. Twitch drops, bundles, Blah, 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 blah. Light the way, Lumina. Design a card. Go, go, go. Get boxes. Harvest around the verse. Yeah, I don't see any mention about a free fly. Yeah. Could probably like change out the weapons on the spirit. The spirit should be it should be the one from what's his name? Yeah. From Wicklow. Alright. I have no idea why I have two spirits. I guess. Watch this fucker be in the floor. Apparently I've joined hangar queue. I haven't asked for a departure. Why am I in a queue for hangars? No, the real question is why do you have a spirit at all? Because it's not a bad looking ship, and I had a bunch of stuff for Wicklow, and I figured like, why not let's get a C1 spirit? Why not? It's a good little cargo running ship. Yeah, I didn't ask for a departure. I make it hold some vehicles, but yeah, it's not going to hold like an Ursa rover. All right, flight ready. Can we turn engines on? No. Call ATC. Let's see here. Get that going. Get the guns going. Yeah, this thing has enough power to power everything. I love it. It only has one cooler though. Landing gear. I just need to wait for the goddamn door. Everything wrong with it's just like the oh, what is it? The Apollo, which has basically a docking port on the ass, so which limits what you can put inside dramatically. Everybody's like, you know, if this door just opened a lot bigger, CIG, you can actually put vehicles in this thing. And the CIG's like, well, it's supposed to be a docking port. We just have to wait for the stupid door to open. Are you gonna let me out? I would like to leave this hellhole. At some point in the future. Well, we can enjoy our snack and enjoy our company. Yuki wants to know how's Levski. It's just like you remembered it. Delamar doesn't exist. They deleted the planetoid that is Delamar. Is there another fucking door to this place? No. I hear the door opening.
Alert. Front crash close.
Nope.
Alert. Rear crash close.
I may be stuck here. There we go. Oh, we're doing the two hangars on top of each other. Kind of bullshit. And it's got shops. It's an asteroid hangar. Everybody was like, "Wait for hey CIG, bring back the asteroid hangars." And if you go to Levski, you get asteroid hangars
Alert. Front crash close.
if you want them. So there's that. Let's go to nav mode.
Shields off.
And it's got corduroys is there, conscientious objects is there, Cafe Musan is there, all the old places you used to visit back when, you know, Levski was in the persistent universe, all those 5-6 years ago now.
Quantum travel engaged.
They have a ship shop there. You could buy like ships that have special like loadouts from what was it, Gray's Market? Teach's ship shop, right? They also have some Gray's Market ships you can buy there that have different loadouts, different default loadouts, which is a whatever because they don't tell you what the loadout is. It just says special, like Gray's Market special or Teach's special or some shit. And you have to look it up online because CIG still hasn't figured out how to make a UI that shows you ship stats in game, which is irritating. 13 fucking years, man.
Contact.
Still no Squad 42. Let's drop out of nav mode here.
Shields on.
Kill this guy. I mean, like, yeah, it would be. I don't mind the idea of having special ship loadouts, right? Wait, what? Why did my shields turn off?
Contact. Shields off.
I don't have.
Target destroyed. Shields on.
It says I'm getting hit by what? It looks like I'm in nav mode.
Alert.
Like half-assed nav mode. What the fuck? I don't remember activating nav mode.
Alert. Front crash close. Shields on.
Yeah, what the fuck is that all about?
Attack on shields. Attack on shields.
Because this isn't the PTU. Like, we don't have engineering in the live. Not yet. And I don't have anything set up on my joysticks. I have on my keyboard.
Alert. Front crash close. Alert. Front crash close. Target destroyed.
That was weird. Like, yeah, some of my shields went down for no fucking reason. So Bluesky is fine. I don't particularly much care for the level. That's just me, though. Other people have different varying opinions on it. Some people love it.
Alert. Front crash.
I'm one of those people that can, like, take it or leave it. It is nice to have stuff getting checked off on the backlog. You know, Nyx is actually here. We have another solar system to explore. Well, not much really to explore, but you got the Galcium ring, you have Levski, that's it. And you have the two stations by each gem point. And that's it. That's all you have for this patch. And then we have to wait for CIG to, like, give us the rest of the stuff. Ooh, drugs. On a later patch, so... Yeah, we have to wait for Genesis. So, like I said, Levski's fine. Like, it's Legsky. Like he remembered from all those years ago. It still has frame rate problems, but that's just kind of a Star Citizen thing. Star Citizen just in general just kind of has shit frames. All right, let's head over to...
Engage.
So there you go. There's like my honest opinion for the Nyx system. It's nice that it's here, finally, after all these years. There's not really much else to say about it. It's just such a tiny addition to the Star Citizen. Yeah, this is the C1. I got this from Wicklow. Because I had a whole bunch of Wicklow resources, and I'm like, you know, I kind of want a C1. It's cool. It's a good little cargo runner. And it doesn't look so bad. I don't mind the Crusader ships. And the nice thing with the Wicklow stuff is this thing comes with like high-grade civilian components in it already. So I never have to go hunt down this bullshit ever again. I'll just have like a ship that just has all A-rated shit in it installed by default. And if I lose it, it's fine. Honestly, this thing has so much better view than the Freelancer, mostly because it has, like, nothing above it. Bump, bump, bump. All right, we're back.
Quantum travel complete.
Jump point detected. We're also using this as an opportunity to, like, get more practice with our joysticks, muscle memory. Feel like we can definitely put more power to that. And we'll call ATC.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Landing gear. Definitely need to add some, let's see here, engine power. There we go. Do some drug running. Surprised they don't have like multi-system drug running. Like buying drugs from, picking up drugs from like Pyro, delivering to Stanton. Do I like the dual joysticks? Eh, they're all fine. More immersive. It is kind of tough on my wrists, though. I do feel like the increased stress. So as long as I'm not doing it very vigorously or all the time, it should be fine. Alright, so did we get rep for, like, what was it, Dead Saints? Or neutral? I guess we'll grind out some Dead Saints rep. Finish the job! One of the haulers ran into trouble over the wreck side of the Galcium ring, was forced to ditch their ship. I need you to do something to go with a heavy-duty tractor and grab the cargo and finish the job. They are carrying decent supply of gear for me. Last thing I want is to get her come across it and trace it back to us. If we run into anybody, no need for friendly, just shoot the assholes and get my gear, understand? Alright. I'll probably need a bigger tractor. Well, this thing has a tractor beam built into it, so we'll just use the tractor beam that's built in. I'm excited, looking forward to, like, being able to wedge the doors open by default with the engineering terminal. It would be nice that quantum mode didn't force all the doors back to close, though. Yeah, it's definitely need to get some dead zones.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can add like a little bit of a dead zone to joystick, sensitivity curves, dead zone, 0.1. Let's go 0.5. XY, nah. Rotation, Z-rots. There we go. Let's see if that does anything. Okay, nav mode. Is this the first time we actually have to go around? Yeah, it looks like we have to actually go around. Can we just go there? It says obstructed. Okay. Holy crap. We probably don't want to go to Levski straight away. That's going to be like... That's going to give us like interdiction. Alright.
Travel engaged.
Then once you get around the planet, or the sun, the actual star being a physical object in the sky one day. Looking forward to that when we actually have a science game. I wonder if we're ever going to have like orbital mechanics in Star Citizen. They threatened that shit years ago. We have to wait for the quantum drive to cool down. Wait a minute, what? The MDC... I mean, like the PDC, the point defense turret? They're putting that fucking thing on stuff? CIG forgets how to, like, lock turret hard points. They really need to create, like, a distinction. Okay, stop that. Let's see here. Point defense. Let's see here. Star Citizen PD point defense turret. Oh, what's his name? Ollie. Even less. Yeah, some more AI slop. They don't even tell you who the creator is on the shorts anymore. Ollie 43. That's right. That's his. Is he 43 years old? Star Citizen's adding VR. Yay, VR. Star Citizen expanding real soon. Well, if there is a video, it's the last one was like it's a month ago. Oh, is it literally Ollie? Not Ollie 43, because I remember Ollie 43, but he looks like he's not uploading anymore. Yeah, I don't see it. All right, continue. Get out of nav mode. Thing has actual missiles on it. Arresters. You'll have to like put the like link to the video in like my Discord or something. I mean, I could look for it, but it's gonna take me a while. I'm sorry, what? Why am I fighting a whole A? I guess they're like doing cargo hauling. Wait, where the fuck's the cargo? Is that it? Is that it? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's in the Cutlass. Let's see what we can do with this. The experimental features are... Oh! Okay. Uncut Slam. Experimental features. Probably armor, right? Apparently we're bringing this stuff back. I don't know if I can lift this. Meh, I think I could. VR. Yeah, they've added VR, apparently. They got, like, data mine. Apparently, like, this was, there we go. I probably could have parked closer. This is the Expedition 33 soundtrack. I love it. Not everybody likes it, though. No! We definitely should have, like, backed up a little bit more. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. Stems. I think we're just supposed to take everything. Revenant tree pollen. Medical supplies. Some of this stuff isn't that illegal. Unless, like, the commies of Levski, Uncut Slam, have a problem with, like, medical supplies. Distilled spirits. Altoxin. Well, I know they'll have problems with Altoxin. Widow. All right, I'm really interested to see how this works. First of all, we have to, like, power this up. All right. There we go. And then we have to, like, flop the turret around like this. Sure. So we're gonna do gimbal mode. Give you permits. Have to, like, tab out. Warn, mod, and follow. God damn it. It comes and it goes. There you go, for some reason. The hell was that sound? Oh my god, the things are loud. Excuse me. Yeah. Oh boy. They really need to have... No, I don't want to move the entire... I swear to God, I'm not aiming at that. And it moves the entire fucking ship. Great, now that thing's just going wherever the fuck now. You can just fuck off into space. Yeah, the tractor beam sounds are, like, really loud. For some reason. Oh my god, this is such a pain in the ass to do. Take a look at that when we get done with this loading sequence. I'd rather be able to swap between, like, virtual joystick and, like, the other modes. It's great. There we go. It's great when you're using virtual joystick for, like, large movements. But for, like, small, fine movements, it's better to have, FPS mode, instead, like, relative mode, instead of, like, virtual joystick. Unfortunately, you have to press, like, the mode switch, like, 3 times. To switch it over properly. I would really love to have this be automated like the other Wing Commander games. Or Wing Commander Privateer. Alright. Gotta check this out. 15. I think we have more than 15 SU. Kind of just eyeballing. That's 8. 4, 4. That's another 8. That's 16 right there. So I think it's just a maximum of 15. Did we get it all? Oh, there's one left. I think this is a Simon boss fight. All right. We're at 50%. Fuel. All right, let's take a look at this. No, don't. Fucking stupid thing. Whatever. What is this?
Hello.
Ollie 43, yeah. Oh, this is like an entire VOD.
Crash there.
Streamed 2 days ago.
What do you think of my little Pisces paint? Streamer privilege. You guys might not have that feature, but basically, if you're a streamer and you have over 2 people watching, you get the auto parking feature. Basically, you go into the hangar and it just automatically does it all for you. It saves a lot of like mucking about.
Yeah. The auto, yeah.
It's very practical. How come you can attach the to increase the price or something?
What was this?
Because this seems like a very convenient way of me getting any component I want. I think the actual fix is you can't... wherever you're repairing it needs to sell the item you're repairing. I think that would be the actual...
That's 6 minutes.
Fix this. Because if you think about it, if, and it's a big if, you were able to... but anyway, so there we go. We got 1, 2, 3, and 4. What's chat saying? You can do with Perseus too. Well, the thing about this, it's very nimble and it's on size 1 gimbals. So we're gonna see how it works. Yes, the CAX point is.
I'm pretty sure it probably works pretty good.
See if it wait for the it gets.
All right, let's see what he's got here.
Chat.
Click, 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 click.
Oh, shit! If they do it themselves.
God, we're down to 38%.
This is a win. So I can wait. So this is insane. So both I can shoot and also they shoot themselves. Okay. Well.
So wait, he actually has the auto PDCs.
Levski and find out.
That's hilarious.
Right. Let's call ATC. Nap mode. We'll find out, chat. This is the exciting thing. Hold on, this is going to be a flying.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Yep. Maybe we're gonna find out. We're gonna go to Levski, select the Vandal mission, and then we're going to go out and see if it's as overpowered as I thought. And if it is, we just win. If I'm not wrong, they'll aim automatically but shoot manually. Okay, well, this is the exciting thing. We will find out the science together. This is the important thing. I understood that you fire them, but they will auto-target. Oh, my word. So that's actually the best of both worlds. If they shoot, if they aim automatically, but I shoot, that means I can Because
Oh, shit.
I was worried about was we were just going to burn through our ammo immediately. So this is... literal the best overpoweredness ever. I'm so excited. Oh, it's going to be glorious. Right. Luckily, the Pisces has an insane amount of quantum fuel.
Landing complete.
There we go.
Doesn't
So
stay.
this actually might be completely broken.
Launch complete.
And I'm so excited that I get to show it before they patch it, because they absolutely, if this works as I expect it to,
Nope, wrong way, dipshit.
will need to be patched. CIG need to be watching. 100%.
Yeah. They need to patch this, but we're going to enjoy it on the P2 before they do.
Glorious!
There we go. Good enough.
You have just the barrel, not the PDC turret itself. Well, yeah, that's what council.
I feel like he could have took a mission a little bit closer than Nix or Levski. To show out how, instead of wasting everyone's time by flying through the jump, whatever.
I'll take the heat. Can you imagine if I got... Right. Here we go. It's amazing!
So yeah, like he just holds the trigger down and the guns just do all the work. That's basically auto. We had an auto gimbal years ago, but this is like.
Oh my word! It's so good. That is amazing. I mean, my shields are permanently down. But this is okay. This is a problem, chat. This can't stay.
Hawk. The Anvil Hawk could mount 6 of those fucking things. So there you go. I'm trying to think of what else could mount a bunch of them, like a bunch of size 1s. But yeah, the Anvil Hawk would be like the next step up. From the Pisces, because there's not a lot of ships, not a lot of small ships that hold like a bunch of size 1 guns. Which is weird. Like, you think there'd be a bunch of light fighters that have like size 1 guns on them, like 4 or 6 size 1 guns. No, I need to get my IRL or in Star Citizen, Marcus, because I got it out of storage. I got my goddamn tree out of storage. I just need to hook it up. Should have done it after Thanksgiving. Yeah, 4 size 1s, basically the same as the Pisces. The entire Aurora series has 4 size 1s. So, like I said, the next step up would be 6, which is the Hawk. I can't even think of like a ship that has 5 size 1s. If that exists. All right, so that should be everything the guy wanted and then some. I don't know exactly what he wanted specifically, or was just a minimum out of 15. Or maybe he was just like, hey, just turn 15 in and you can keep the rest, right? So there we go. So after I get done streaming today, I should probably put some effort into putting the tree up. So how much did that give us for rep for Dead Saints? Nah! Tiny bit of rep. Calcium ring. Yeah, it's just like... Also setting up the trap. I swear to God, my Headhunter's rep is like maxed out. Why is... Wait, what? Yeah, why is my Headhunter shit is like maxed out? I'm at rank 6 with these guys, so I don't know why I have like veteran contractor or anything to go through. At rep score ship combat Headhunters. You guys, CIG, you guys need to do a better job with your UI. I really do think this UI is kind of shit. Like, just how it's physically laid out. Never mind, like, the big-ass headhunters at the top with... Well, they're still working on it. Maybe they're having problems hiring, Maybe we're having problems hiring people to actually work on that. I guess we'll pick up and drop off for Dead Saints again. I need to get some more fuel. This time, remember to park closer where to go. We want to go to landing, repair, fuel. Fuel's not that big of a deal. 30 devs got fired from Rockstar. Maybe they're desperate for money. I would imagine. Engines. There we go. And call ATC to get a departure here. Close our doors up. Video games pay shit. Alright, so these dead zones are working out for me. I'm not drifting all over the hangar anymore. Not, at least not as much as I used to. Nah, we don't know exactly how much they get paid each month. I would imagine, at least for the American devs, they probably get on average 50,000 a year, which isn't very much considering it's like Texas, Austin. Where are we going? You really don't get into video games to make money. Unless you're one of those people that can, like, make their own games and really good. Yeah. Well, QA is really, you only need QA towards the end of the project, so a lot of companies either outsource the QA to another company, or you do what like Microsoft does and they hire like seasonal people. You have people come in every so often to do QA for a project, and then you just lay them off. CSG fired? Yes, they have. They got rid of the entire Los Angeles. How did you miss that, Marcus? The entirety of the Los Angeles studio got laid off like towards the end of last year. Oh boy, are we going through the sun? Yeah, let's do it. Welcome to the sun. Oh my god. Well, no, there's no bad thing that happens when you fly through the star, folks. Not yet. Yeah, they closed the studio, and they had a whole bunch of people that didn't want to relocate as a result, so they got like made redundant. I'm pretty sure CIG has fired people before. Like, it's a business. There was like that back in 2014 where Chris Roberts was doing that stuff. He thought he was big man on campus, and he would just keep like calling people in, firing them. What's his name? Sincard, that did the fucking crossbow. I think he got fired because Chris Roberts didn't like his shit. And that's the thing with Chris Roberts. Like, he's like very explicit in what he does and what he wants from you. If you don't please him, he fires you. That's just the thing that Chris Roberts is. Yeah. A lot of people didn't want to change countries because their friends and family, their support network isn't in another country. They figured they could just get jobs in the United States. Hey, Lieutenant Boko, nice to see ya. Yep. Chris Roberts is one of those guys you probably don't really want to work for. Wait, why is half my guns not firing? I don't know. It is what it is.
Target destroyed.
I don't know, maybe I could toggle power? Nope. No idea. They were working just fine. I'm gonna blame the Nyx caster jump point station. He just literally teleported all the way over there. I repaired the damn ship and the gun doesn't work. Maybe I could like take it off and remount it. Yeah, I literally repaired the ship. That's all I did. How is game? Game's okay. I was playing on the PT early today to try some engineering shit, and my frame rate just tanked for some reason. I was just like, you know what? I'm kind of tired of playing on the PT. Let's do live and like, you know, because live kind of works. And I can't really get any engineering experience because, you know, I either have to get crime stat and go to prison, or I have to go like free fly where people are just kind of shooting each other constantly, and I don't know. I kind of want to do some NPC shit on the PTU, but like all my reputation's 0, so I can't get any like the high level stuff to work. At least I have like more fine control over like my movements with the joystick. There we go. No, I am not using NVIDIA Smooth Motion. I don't like input delay. I don't think Star Citizen supports Smooth Motion right now. Huh, I thought this was going to be like a little bit more of a, Alright. What is that? Number 7? Hey, come on. Go to Star Citizen. That's right. You have to go to Star Citizen profile. 7. Is 8 bound to anything? I don't think it is. Alright, so now that I have doors, I also probably need to unbind, like, tracking from that. Where is it? Scanning, radar, target cycling. There we go. And then we have number 7, 8. Port lock toggle is. Well, I have like unlock and lock because it doesn't really demonstrate. Alright, well, let's get the unlock and lock doors. There we go. Let us sign that. So do we have a door? No. We'll have to do something with that. I don't know. And this is port lock, which is left alt D, left control D. There we go. Ports unlock. I'm just gonna pull the gun off. I think it was the wing gun. Oh, I need to, like, also turn the shields off, too. This is what I'm talking about, being able to lock the doors open. Let's see here. Shields. There we go. Because you can't pull weapons off if your shields are up. What if we just swap the guns over between each other? Take the right gun, put it onto the left side, vice versa. There we go. Will that fix our problem? There we go. Did they make a wipe? Nope, not yet. Some people have been asking for one, though. Maybe one day. All right. I was expecting a little bit more than just a single box. I thought I took the mission that requires me to have multiple boxes. Alright, see if that fixed it. Alright, so it's Control D to lock the ship ports. Hey, it fixed it! Now I have all 4 guns firing. Who'd have thought?
Alert. Rear crash close.
Now I need to turn our shields back on.
Shields on.
Next cast for jump point. Nav mode.
Shields off.
Looks like we have to go past the sun. You gonna grind for the Wicklow Idris? Fuck no. Is that a rumor? I don't know if I've actually seen any confirmation. Ah, it feels so good. Cracking the wrist. There's actually going to be a Wicklow Idris. Why not a Wicklow Perseus? Doesn't make any fucking sense for the Wicklow to have an Idris. I think I was threatening to head over to Wicklow Station to actually check that out, then I forgot to. It takes like a hilarious amount of pure Karenite, and pure Karenite's like super hard to find. You have to buy it off the web off UEX. I think the pure Karenite was like the worst of it. There's also some other shit in there too that was pretty nasty. Having to mine the pure Karenite is like is probably like the worst of it.
Quantum travel complete.
I mean, you're just encouraging people to exploit, but I guess if you want people to exploit, now's like the time, right, when nothing fucking matters, or at least it shouldn't matter.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, from my understanding, there's a bunch of exploits that allow you to get billions upon billions of credits. Which again doesn't surprise me. You know, people just able to write whatever the fuck they want in their numbers. I remember a long time ago, to kind of give you an idea of just how bad it can get sometimes as far as exploits. I used to play Dawn of War very seriously a long time ago, back when I was in high school. The original Dawn of War, right? And you had people that were doing some of the dumbest shit in that game to win. They had a peer-to-peer system where you could lag your machine so hard that it would cause the match to freeze indefinitely. There was no like timing out, like if you had a really bad connection. So you could try to get your home computer to calculate pi or something, like some stupidly big computation, and you could lag your computer so hard that it would destroy the frame rate of the game, the sim rate of the game you're playing. Slightly different from frame rate, but tick rate essentially, because you basically, your two computers were hooked together for the match. Matchmaking just matched you together, and then your computers. People were doing that, were exploiting the sim rate by like destroying their computation, and then they would pause the computation to see if you left the match, right? And if you left the match, it gave them a victory. So Relic Entertainment had to patch that out, that it no longer counted as a victory for one person, a loss for the other. It just counted as a draw, or some shit like that. And I was told by another guy there was another exploit where you can submit wins straight to the leaderboard, because the leaderboard didn't check to see if the match had actually been played. So you could just keep submitting wins over and over and over and over again. This was supposedly a company, Relic Entertainment, that had made games before in the past with like, you know, like Impossible Creatures and Homeworld 2 at that time. They were no stranger to real-time strategy games. So what Chris Roberts is trying to do is far more complicated. And so there's going to be tons of like exploits on the back end, I guarantee you.
Thank you, and please visit again.
One of the reasons why you want to be very server authoritative is because your player base is just gonna be a bunch of fucking cheaters. The exploit and whatnot. Never mind the RMC shit. Real money transactions that players are going to do. I mean, like, you know, Chris Roberts was doing all the RMT shit in his day, right? Get my landing gear down. StarCraft 1 had similar bugs. Oh, I believe it. Like BattleNet. But I actually encountered that the bug where, or the glitch or the exploit, the cheats where people like would leg out their machines and would leg the entire. I encountered that in a game. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? And I had to like do some research on it. I was like, oh, so you could just get your home computer to calculate something really big, some stupidly big number or something. And it causes this, it destroys the sim rate of the game. That seems pretty awful. We don't have to go very far. You're gonna have the same exact thing in Star Citizen. We're gonna have the glitching through doors thing. It is already pretty bad. But like I said, it's an alpha, so you're gonna have that kind of shit. It's either an alpha when it's it's either an alpha all the time or it's not. You can't have it's an alpha when it's convenient for you, and then when it's not convenient, you can't say, oh well, you know, it's a, you know, don't cheat, don't exploit. Well, then fucking reset. People that are exploiting and whatnot, you can just reset their fucking progress or something. Hit them with a full account wipe and tell them to be better. And if they keep doing it, ban them. There we go. Contract complete. We need to get some fuel. I don't know. But, like, the whole box thing we found out, like, it's super easy to do. I don't understand why... I guess physics is hard. You know? CIG wants to put in a bunch of grind that makes, you know, like Wicklow and whatnot, and they want to treat Star Citizen like it's a complete release product, and people are just duping all this stuff all the time, all over the place. And it's just like, well, you know, you're getting your data. Have you done exploits yourself? Yeah, I have. Of course I have. It's fucking Star Citizen. How else am I going to make bug reports? Got to confirm, got to get evidence. You got to show people that yes, yes, this is an issue. Hell, I've done exploits accidentally before in the past. There's been a couple of times where I've discovered how to get around the armistice zone in Star Citizen to actually kill people inside the armistice zone. There was one time we figured out how to get ships to clip through security post Karaya. We got a hammerhead to clip into Port Olisar and ran people over. We figured out how to get ships to clip through a reclaimer that shouldn't be in the back of the reclaimer, using Port Olisar's weird armistice zone it was set up as. What else? We figured out how to shrink characters because there was a bug with a bench at like Bajini Point or one of the ArcCorp things that if you sat in a bench, it would shrink your character by a couple centimeters every time you sat down. And so he managed to create a character that was about the size of a ice cream cone. Yep, we kidnapped Rekko from Levski. Like, if it's okay, so here's the thing. There's a difference between an exploit and a workaround. An exploit is when you're lazy and you just want to make progress, right? To benefit yourself. A workaround is when you've done everything properly up to that point, but it still doesn't work, so you have to use a workaround. For example, just recently, the ASD missions, for example, there's a door in the ASD Hyperion facility that requires you to enter a security combination, and the combination is like literally right next to the door. Well, it's you know, it's security room. You literally, like, you go to the door, you look at the keypad, like, oh, where's the key combination for this? You turn 180 degrees, you walk into a security room through 2 doors, like 10 meters away, and it's right there on a monitor, right? And you take that, you get your pen and pencil, right? You get your pad, you get your pen, and you write down that number, and then you go back to the door that's 10 meters behind you at this point, and you punch that number in. And the door opens. But there's a bug right now, or I don't know, something's going on. It's a malfunction. There is a bug on live right now where the key combination is not accepted by the keypad. And the workaround is basically glitching through the door using the exploit that everybody knows about. So that's a workaround to me. You go to that console, you punch in that key code, the key code doesn't work. You did everything right, but the door doesn't open. So you're more than welcome to drop a box at your feet and use that to clip through the door. Yeah. So that's the difference between a workaround and an exploit. An exploit is you walk up to the door and you just clip through it. A workaround is you try to get through the door the legitimate way, with the key card, the combination, whatever the door requires you to open. Door doesn't open, so then you use the exploit to get through the door. That's a workaround. If you try your damnedest to follow the flow of the mission the way the developers intended, and it doesn't work, and the only way to get it to work is to use some sort of exploit, that's on the developers, not on you. Exactly, Ashton. Exactly, when the fuses didn't work in the CZs and you just box through the door, or the cards didn't spawn. It's like I have a key card in my inventory. I put the key card into the door doesn't open. It just ate the card. So I spent all that time tracking down that red key card, and it didn't open the door. So what do? Well, I'm just gonna box through the door. A lot of people just box through the door, just as a matter of course now. They don't even bother to, like, attempt, because the box exploit is so easy to do. I got X's to do it. Like, first, he's never tried it before. Like, I just kind of showed him, like, the theory behind it, and I was just like a bunch of attempts, and X's managed to do it on the first try. That's how easy it is to do. Game developed 10 years, 13 years. 2012 is when they start. Well, 2011 is when they started taking money. 2012, 13 is when they put down, like, the first module. I think the dogfighting module happened around 2013, I want to say. But yeah, I've been with Star Citizen since 2013. So 12 years now. 13 years going on, 26 in October. 2026. And I mean, it's like this little tiny project. It's a little tiny indie game, right? You got $900 million, and, you know, just give them a break. No. You guys need to get this shit fixed. If you want people to take you seriously, you know, if you want people to take your gameplay seriously, and some people were complaining about how, you know, Inside Gaming was telling us Star Citizen was a scam. Like, it's valid criticism. You've been at this for so fucking long. Right, and we still have these problems where every fucking patch comes out, there's always something broken. Right? Stormbreaker's broken, ASD facility's broken. Nyx is okay, it has terrible frame rate, but shit out there works. But if you want to go back and try the previous content, right? If you actually want to get Wicklow shit, it requires the drop rates for, like, Hathor to work. Because that happened for a while too. Hathor just didn't work. You couldn't get the orbital laser to fire because the batteries wouldn't spawn, right? But Vertigo, CIG is doing things never attempted before in a video game industry. Probably there's a reason why this shit has never been attempted before. And I guarantee you I guarantee you developers and publishers are watching Star Citizen flounder and flail and attempt to do things that have never been done before, and they look at what Star Citizen's doing, they're like, we like the funding model. We like the big number on their website that shows how much money they've made. right? We like that, but the rest of the shit can go fuck itself, right? The fan base being super toxic. Like, if you go onto the spectrum, they got rid of all the really toxic people from the forums, and same with the Reddit. They got rid of the really bad people. Those people are usually like on YouTube or, you know, spouting whatever the shit. That the 2014, 2015 was really nasty. So they got rid of all those really bad. They still have like this passive aggressive toxicity on the forums. So I'm willing to bet there's a lot of publishers and developers who are looking at what Star Citizen's trying to do, and they're like, we're not going to do that ever, because these motherfuckers have a whole bunch of money, and they're dedicating themselves to trying to solve this problem, and they still can't get it. So it's not worth the time. It's not worth the effort. So there's a reason why people don't... There's a reason why other companies haven't done what Star Citizen's been doing. Because it's very difficult, takes a shit ton of money, and you'll never be fucking finished. Yes, Lintic Boko. I vaguely remember that. That was a thing years ago for hacking keycards. Dead Saints. Twitch. This is Twitch's group. Where because the cleanup, this was back like the old inventory system back when everything was like global inventory. You just open your Mobi-Glass and you can change out your loadout wherever the fuck you wanted. And the problem back then, the cleanup algorithm was a little too aggressive for certain items. And so if you dropped anything on the ground in the open world, it would immediately get deleted, or it would fall through the ground. So the only reliable way to transfer items between players was to go into a ship like the Avenger Titan, Cutlass Black, Freelancer, drop the item on the ground. Because we didn't have containers back then. I don't even think we had backpacks. Yeah, we didn't even have backpacks back then. We just had armor. Our armor sets didn't even have pockets. You just carried a security key card in your inventory. You had to open up your Mobi-Glass and equip that item to like a slot on your armor somewhere to actually use the item. It was very cumbersome. So yeah, so you had to drop the if you wanted to give someone like a hacking key card, that's Security Post Karai, you had to go into your ship, like a Cutlass Black or Avenger Titan. You had to drop the key card for them in the ship, and then they had to pick it up off the floor. Otherwise, the game would just delete it. And that was brutal. Like, if you were like a new player and you're trying to figure that shit out. Yeah, and I understand that excuse, and I fully accept that, because I'm a mechanic, right? I was a mechanic a long time ago, not anymore. If you want to get a transmission out of a vehicle, there are certain things you have to remove before the transmission can come out. The driveline being one of those things. I have yet to see someone remove a transmission with the driveline still installed, or at least not very well. And so I understand that, and I accept that CIG says that to us. Like, we have to get certain things in place before. But the problem is they're making like 5 different products, right? They have the website. They're not doing like their live streams as much as anymore, right? So they no longer have that excuse holding them back. But they're making a website. They're making a forum software. They're making a single player game that's very heavy into the cinematics. They're making an MMO, which is probably one of the most difficult games you can make. And you have Chris Roberts, who basically just wants to make the single-player video game, right? And it's just... they've bit off more than they can chew. But hey, a lot of people there are just there to collect a paycheck. Right? So a lot of people don't give a shit as long as they're getting paid. So again, another reason... Hey! Farlikis! Thanks for that raid. But anyways, we're talking about like how much of a scam Star Citizen is. Welcome to the chat. But anyways, what was I talking about? So yeah, a lot of the employees are there just to collect a paycheck. As long as the paycheck keeps coming, they don't give a shit. One of the reasons why I don't give Yogi a ration of shit, because like I said, I don't envy his job. But, you know, Chris Roberts, he managed all this shit, and he was like, oh, yeah, totally, we can do Squadron 42 and Star Citizen at the same time. Like, no, you can't. I am absolutely convinced that Squadron 42 is the reason why we're so far behind in Star Citizen. We'd have so much more shit in Star Citizen finished and ready to go if it wasn't for Squadron 42. And everybody likes to tell me, Vertigo, the people working on Squadron 42 aren't the same people that are working on Star Citizen. You're right, but there's a lot of money and resources, especially management resources, production and management resources, time and energy that goes to managing Squadron 42, and then Star Citizen just kind of hangs out there in the background. So I'm looking forward to when Squadron 42 gets pushed out to see more Star Citizen resources, right? More actual solar systems. Well, I know Chris Roberts isn't in the driving chair for like Star Citizen. He's doing more Squadron 42 these days. His brother Aaron Roberts was working on Squadron for a longest time, and for some reason, Chris had to go back to the UK to... Not really a good sign, right? You give your brother control of the project. Like, here, like, go get this finished, Aaron. And then for some reason, Chris has to go back to the UK. To take over the project. Wonder what's going on there. So yeah, it's just, I don't know. I pledged for Squadron 42 years ago, and I'm looking forward to it, but I'm looking less and less forward to it every year, it seems. Oh, what the hell? Why is it always my left gun? This is bizarre, if you ask me. Like, for some reason... For some flippin' reason, it's always the left side gun that gets disabled. I don't know why. I don't know. Like, like I said, I'm really looking forward to 2026, assuming that America still exists, or I'm still alive. You know, finally get Squadron 42 at the door. Who knows? A lot can happen in a year. All right. So the fix for this, wait, maybe we could just like, okay, shields. We don't have any port locking on that just yet. Alt D. Where's a Control D? Oh, that's Alt S. It should say port unlocked. I have no idea. It says shields. Hold on. Does the shields down like overwrite the port unlocked? Yeah, it does. You don't have multiple enunciators. There you go. What if we just pull the gun off, Vertigo? What if we just pull it off and put it back on? Does that fix it? I keep having to do this. Oop. Last time we changed sides, but it's always that one side. But anyways, Farlikus, how'd your stream go? How were things? I'm assuming you were playing a little bit of Star Citizen. And you get your shout out. There we go. Yep. Look at that. You're playing some Star Citizen. I knew it. All right. So does that work? It works. Why does it work? I don't know. And then let's go ahead and get the shields back on. Close the doors. All right, where is this cargo? This time, remember to park closer, Vertigo. You can do that, can't you?
Alert.
Oh, look at that. That's so much better. Like, I was parked, like, almost a kilometer away last time. Alright, that should be more than enough. Oh, look at that. So you have pure slam. I'm just gonna slam that in there. Yuck. Alright. Distilled spirits, is that a 2? Yeah, that's a 2er. Not as big as I was expecting. I mean, they make you think that these boxes are going to be really big. They do not have missions like that, Lunatic Boko. The best you can do is like just make your own missions, because there are already people out there who are trying to pirate people coming into the Nix. If you want to, you can. I've seen people do it. Hell, I got pirated like a week ago. I was flying from the Stan Nix jump point. The station there. I was flying from there to Levski, and I got interdicted and disabled. But because I was flying I was flying a Mustang Alpha. It was just me and like whatever I had in my inventory, my personal inventory. Like, they didn't give a fuck about me. They disabled me, scanned me, and they just went after someone else showed up pretty quickly too. So like I said, they disabled, scanned me, and just fucked off. So I had to wait like 5 minutes for my power plant to come off cooldown. But as far as I'm aware, there are no missions that send you after other players for nefarious means. There's missions that can have other players you can interact with, and it's up to you to decide what you want to do with those players. Like the ASD facilities, it is possible to meet other people while doing the ASD missions, either in Pyro or Stanton. Same with Hathor. There is nothing that says you have to kill somebody who's at Hathor. It's just a lot of players choose to do it. Same with Ark. Arc Raiders, they probably have the same thing. This doesn't say you have to kill players. Just players choose to do it. Same with... does Tarkov has that? I don't know. I haven't played Tarkov in a long time. I don't think Tarkov says, like, you have to go in there and kill players. Maybe they do. It sounds like something that would be a Tarkov thing. Go in, kill a couple PMCs. There we go. Well, we're not quite done. If there is a mission type that says go here, kill this player, take their shit, I haven't run across it yet. Of course, I don't do a lot of PvP in Star Citizen because I suck at it. Alright. Oh, these are like... Okay. Can I take these off? No, I can't. I was gonna check the front area. Well, hey, they have free fuses. Right? Get a free fuse. So like I said, you could always set up ambush points if you know where players are going to be. Ambush them and take their stuff. That is something you can do. There used to be missions that had like PvP connotations, or the what was it? The Clovis Darnley missions. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. I'm scratching my head here trying to remember, but there was the platinum card missions specifically. So there was Lunatic Boko. A long time ago. That was like what? 2 years ago? Back when the Lightning was available. So either you had to find a gold card, and then you had the option to buy the Lightning off the web store, or you can hunt down a developer that had a platinum card. And I think whoever had the platinum card had a marker on them. There's also bounty missions, but those really don't count as like pirate evil. That's more of like, hey, stop evil people that have crime stat, right? There was also... I think the what was it? The not Siege of Orison, but what was it? Nine Tails Lockdown had that for some of the cargo haulers where they would have a marker on them. So Nine Tails Lockdown was this event where CIG disabled Quantum around a rest stop, and the player base was tasked with... You had the blue side of the mission, the friendly side of the mission, the legal side of the mission, which was deliver cargo, medical supplies to the station that was locked down. Or there was a combat side to the mission, which was a separate mission. There was a combat side of the event, which was a separate mission where you had to like stop the Nine Tails from locking the area down. So you had to assist with the deployment of scanner ships. And then there was the red side, the Op 4 side of the mission, where you help the Nine Tails by destroying players and destroying the scanning ships and destroying like the medical supply deliveries. I think that was another one. But yeah, the Platinum Card event, which was like 2 years ago for the Lightning, you could find the gold cards, which would allow you to have access to a part of the web page where you could buy the Lightning for like $260 or something. It was expensive, it wasn't cheap. Or you can hunt down a developer that had a platinum card on their inventory. And if you manage to get that platinum card back to a kiosk at one of the cities, you just get a Lightning F7A or an F8A or F8C, sorry, F8C for free. And whoever had the card on their inventory got marked with a icon. And I'm trying to remember, I may have done it before where you had other missions, but the Clovis Darnley missions were definitely ones as well. The Clovis Darnley missions were like for the release of like 3.4, where not 3.40. We've come so far. 3.4, where you went and talked to Clovis Darnley. He'd send you an invitation. You go talk to him. He was in Reclamation Disposal in Lorville, You go talk to him, and he sends you to a crashed satellite out in the wilderness of Lorville or Hurston. And you have to get like a special component of experimental component card for somebody. He never told you who. But you go out there, you find a crashed satellite, and other people can take this mission. So you may not be the only one scrambling to the crashed satellite. So you may have someone show up right after you or before you to get the experimental card. And if the card wasn't there, if it had already been picked up by another player, there was like a little mini game you can play, some jumping mini game, and you can activate a tracker for the card. You can activate a tracker for the card, which would give you a waypoint for wherever the card was, which chances are was in someone's inventory. Or you didn't have, well, you didn't have an inventory back then. You had a quest item slot on your armor. That's how it was basically like an invisible pocket on your armor for quest items, specifically mission items, like handheld mission items, like the Clovis Darnilly mission, specifically that one. That's what that item slot was invented for. Oh look, it's Quantum that keeps disabling my weapon. Delightful.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
There it is. So they'd have the item in their inventory. You get a tracker for them, and if you had the card yourself, you'd have to go to an underground facility to hack the card, to hack this component card, to send the schematics to Clovis Darnilly. You couldn't just drop it off to him physically because there was like a timer. There was like a self-destruct timer for the card. So you had like 10-15 minutes to get to an underground facility on Lorville. No, on Hurston. And I know this mission sounds really cool. Too bad we can't do it anymore. So you had like 10-15 minutes before the card self-destructed. So you had to head over to one of the security posts, one of the underground security posts on Hurston. And you had to get in there and plug it into a server to decrypt the data on the card, and then send that information to send that information on to whoever the buyer was. And this entire time, if anyone else took the mission, they'd have a tracking marker for you. So there was also the Op4 side of this where if someone did accept this mission, there was an opposite side from Hurston Dynamics was like, go destroy this card. So someone else could get so there were several different ways you can get a marker on top of your head with the Clovis Darnilly missions. One, you could have players who took the mission to get the card and turn it in for money, and they could get your marker to like try to beat you up for the card. Or you could have the mission from Hurston to destroy the card. And that mission exists no more. Yeah, I honestly agree with the pay to win. Like, people like, Vertigo, why do you think Star Citizen is pay to win? Because you could just buy more ships and then you just like you're telling me that there's no advantage between a Drake Caterpillar and Aurora CL. Like, you spend so much more money on a Caterpillar and you can make, look at this. Like Aurora ES versus like a C1 Spirit. You could do so much more with a Spirit than you can with an Aurora. You just gotta spend more money. But you can also buy these ships in-game now, which is fine, right? That kind of mitigates a little bit the pay-to-win accusations. What really brings it down, in my opinion, is the fact that Legatus exists, or Praetorian exists, or the Dominus Pack exists. By the virtue of just having more ships in your account just makes it so certain gameplay implications just don't apply to you. Like insurance. If you have just a hilarious number of ships in your inventory, you don't have to worry about the insurance loop because you'll always be able to do something in Star Citizen. You're not locked out of any gameplay. So that there is like just, yeah, that's pretty much it for me right there. It's just like, oh look, you just have a couple dozen ships, so you don't need to worry about insurance. Anytime you lose a ship, you just bring out another one. Yeah, but the rental stuff, yeah, you could rent stuff, but again, that requires you to actually like, rentals are kind of like they're locked components wise. Their default equipment. With purchase ships, you can upgrade the components, right? So you don't have to worry about that. So yeah, just for example, some ships are pretty good with the default components, like the Idris. You know, the Idris with the Exodus laser, and Idris M with its railgun. You know, at one point we were supposed to get capital ships that had like, you know, you had to hunt down all the components to get the capital ships working. That was like a thing CIG told us years ago. Just more bullshit that we were told a long time ago. And if Star Citizen was a PvE game, none of this would matter. The fact that you're gonna have to compete with other people for resources that just have more ships than you, or just more bullshit than you. Imagine trying to play Rust where someone just has access to a pre-made base every time they spawn into a server. Right? And there's like they're fully geared up and they have a pre-made base they can just slap down somewhere on a server anywhere they want to. Imagine that. And they start out with resources already. And you don't. You have to like chop trees down with a rock. Yeah, people care less in PvE environments, but you can have pay to win in PvE. I mean, it depends on what winning is. If winning is getting to the end game or getting your character max level, technically World of Warcraft with is like, you could buy level 60 characters from World of Warcraft if you wanted to, right from their web store. You have that level skip ability. Because people wanted it. People wanted to be able to skip over the grind. And so it's like, oh, we're just paying to skip the grind. Isn't that kind of the point, though, for an MMO or an RPG? Is MMORPGs to kind of like the leveling experience? I don't know, folks. Are you talking about Playforce? Are you talking about like land claim beacons in Star Citizen? I don't think that's going to be a problem. I don't consider that pay to win. Oh, let's stand up for a bit. Gotta itch my butt. Itching my butt. Itchy butt. Been sitting down for a while. There we go. How are we doing for Dead Saints? Yeah, neutral. We'll get to applicant pretty quickly here. I need to figure out if they can sell me like these laser cannons. May be an issue. Let's get this guy straightened out and see if we can find some like laser repeaters or something. Hate to not grind. Isn't the grind part of like an MMORPG though? Helitons? Right? Isn't the leveling experience kind of like important? Like I said, pay to win really depends on what like the objective of the game is. What is the winning state? For a game. No, this is the C1. This is the cargo variant. But if someone actually buys that level skip ability, you know, from World of Warcraft, you know, they're just much farther ahead than anybody else that doesn't buy that. You don't have to go through all the hoops and whatnot. The hoops and hoopla. Get your character up to level 60. You can just get the credit card out and just skip right to it. Right to the end game.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, so we're gonna store this guy. Like every time I go into Quantum, I always lose like one of the guns. I wonder if it's the cooling system that's fucking me over here. I don't know. I don't blame you, Firefly. Sometimes it's hard to identify the ships. I don't think this place is gonna have. I'm just kind of hoping against hope. Yeah, I don't know, Lunatic Boko. Like, isn't the journey part of the, It's not about getting to the end game. It's about the journey to get there, right? I mean, if the devs wanted to make it easier to get to the level 60, why don't they just reduce the XP requirement? Head to the Gallerina. I don't know. I haven't played World of Warcraft, so I'm not quite sure what that's all about. I know it exists, right? All right. I don't need Platinum Bay. I need a ship weapon shop. Need a ship weapon shop. Play a game called Starfleet Command, you'll understand. Have I played Starfleet Command? I played a few Star Trek games over my lifetime. I played Starfleet, Star Trek Command 3, I think. And maybe 4. I played the one that had the Borg in it for the first time. Oh, here we go. Hey, are those Panthers? That looks like a Panther. Boston Order. Rhino. That's a size 4. That's a little too big. I think this is it right here. Yes. So I think it'll hold 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, what? 3, 4. Okay. And then you have a bunch of like size 1s up here. It's a VI. That's a 6, which is a size 2. All right, so what do I want? Do they have like Thunderbolt? Oh god damn it! Do they have Thunderbolt here? They have an ad for an assailant. Do they have the assailants here? No, they don't. You motherfucker! Thunderbolts, they do. I'll take 6 of them. They're better missiles than the arresters. I mean, I don't mind grind in Star Citizen. I mean, it's an MMO, right? We all kind of knew there was going to be some grind, despite what Chris Roberts told us. There's not going to be any grind in Star Citizen. No, Chris. You're going to be grinding. It's one of those where he uses a different definition of grind. There we go. Panthers. There we go. Save that. So let's see if that fixes the stupid thing. Grind is like repetitive activity for the sake of getting a reward. Maybe a chance of getting a reward. So like the ASD, if you want to get the Wicklow stuff, right? If you want to get the Wicklow stuff from the ASD facility, right? You're gonna have to keep running the Hyperion, like the white Geist armor, the ASD Geist armor. You want to get that white Geist armor, you're gonna have to keep doing the ASD missions over and over and over again, just to get a chance to get like the ASD chest pieces, the arms, the helmets, the legs, the backpack, so you can turn into Wicklow and get the white armor set. That's grind. It's not a guaranteed drop. Not in this current state you could do it, lose anything. Yeah, I agree. Prince, You have a good chance to lose stuff you loot. Right? There's no persistence between patches. Oh, cool. It just appears. Saves me time. Just appeared. Let's see. Burst an area. Let's do finishing the job. More Dead Sing stuff. And this is also another grind, right? Like, I'm grinding out rep. Slow, meticulous, methodical. Just to, like, level my rep up to get more missions. To grind out even more. Yeah, it took me a while to get the ASD stuff as well for, I didn't even bother getting the white set from Wicklow. I still have the black stuff. I might as well just sell that thing for, like, millions of credits. Right? On, like, UEX or something. But I don't really need credits. Right? I don't need the credits. I have everything I really already want. I don't know. I can use it to barter for something. I remember that. I remember Rob Zicki. We did the, I fucked up, right? I tried putting the worm teeth. This is, like, very frustrating. I tried putting the worm teeth into the elevator at the Stormbreaker event, and it ended up deleting... It ended up deleting the items. Right? And that was just kind of being lazy. Actually, we need, like... I was hoping against hope that stuff, we wouldn't have to, like, bring that stuff through the tram system because it's such a gigantic pain in the ass. And so the first worm we killed, I ended up deleting pretty much all the worm teeth as a result. So we had to go kill a second worm, which is a gigantic pain in the dick. And then we had to bring all the teeth. And we had a whole bunch of fights we had to do with players and all this other horse shit, and... Ugh. We had to fight the worm, we had to fight players to bring that shit out, and finally we got all the teeth out of there. And we managed to get to Rob all the materials. He needed like 6 teeth, a bunch. We even had to get, I think we had to get him like the neutron cannons as well. The NN13s, he needed 2 of those. It was the old recipe. So it was like a couple Wicklow favors, 6 pearls, 6 teeth before they had like, before the pearls were graded. Because, of course, we needed more grind in our fucking MMO. In our early access alpha MMO. It's not bad enough we're just testing the drop rates. Like I said, what the fuck are we testing here? We're testing patience, right? So Rob just wanted the stupid Icky, the little mech suit that jumps around and shoots. That's all he wanted. So he gets all the crap together after several hours. It was like 8 hours of, like, grinding the 2 worms or some horse shit. Finally got, it's like grinding the worms twice and then doing, like, the CZs to get the bullshit he needed. A lot of the problems were, like, the elevators weren't working properly, so it took us a while to get all that crap out. Finally managed to get all the shit lined up for Rob, gave him all the stuff, and he reports back the next day that he lost everything on the patch. No, he didn't lose everything on the patch. He lost everything from Wicklow. He didn't get his rewards. Yeah. He turned all this stuff in and he didn't get the Icky. And we also had, I was also reading from the forums, people were losing Polarises as well. They were losing, like, Wicklow Polarises. Don't know if that's people just bullshitting them, right? So, to see if they can't get a free Wicklow Polaris from CIG. Anybody can say anything on the forums, but people were reporting that I lost CZ ships. I haven't lost a Wicklow ship yet because I only have 1. I still have my Icky. So I haven't, like, I lost some of my Geos that I bought. But I had a let's see if my guns work. Yeah, they work. Maybe it's just like the laser cannons didn't have enough cooling or something. Hard to say. I've lost every in-game bought ship ever since patch 3.18. No point in grinding. Yeah, it's not worth it. So I lost the executive hangar Sulin I got from playing with Who was it? Aldo? I was playing with Aldo Brink, just kind of see how CZ's worked, just hanging out with him. And they just let me have a Sulin. They're like, hey, Vertigo, everyone's got a Sulin. It's very common drop. Do you want it? I'm like, sure, why not? The components in there could be useful for me. And then, like, one of the patches comes out, and it's just gone from my inventory. I'm like, okay. Okay. But I kept the executive hangar Cuddy for some reason. And the weird thing is, like, I used both ships. I was flying both ships around. And I don't understand why... I don't understand why I lost just the Sulin. Because I had brought the Sulin out, and I'd used it. Just to kind of show off. I'm like, hey, everybody, look at the Sulin. I haven't had, like, scrape some components off it to equip to another ship. And that thing's gone. Do they give it back? Like, no. CIG will not give you anything back in game. They'll help you out with, like, store stuff, the customer support. But as far as they're concerned, anything you lose in game is just gone. I don't know if there's anything like anyone can do about that stuff, but as far as I'm concerned, like, people who lost their legitimately lost their Polaris should have, like, a personal apology from Chris Roberts. Because that's the kind of one of those items that takes a very long time to grind out. Even if you buy the items to, like, the Wicklow, it still takes a while to get the cash up. Why do Wicklow? Because you assume that CIG is going to give you something? I mean, you're blaming people from playing the game that they bought. They paid money for Jade Hawk. Like, that's just kind of what I expected from you. This is your first day in the office. Anyways. So yeah, like, Luthen Wicklow stuff sucks ass. Definitely a reason not to do any Wicklow stuff that takes a lot of grind. You're just gonna lose all that shit anyways. Might as well just keep taking screenshots of your pretty ships that cost thousands of dollars. Posting them to Reddit and Twitter and impressing people. Impressing all the other tech bros that have NFE in their profile pics. Alright. Are there going to be more wipes? Because, yeah, I don't understand it either. Why CIG decided to make Wicklow a pain in the ass. Like, if we're going to do another wipe at some point in the future, why would they wipe, Jadehawk? Nerds don't wipe. They walk around smelling like perpetually like shit, and you'll enjoy it. BO and excrement. That is the cologne of nerds that play Star Citizen and Magic the Gathering. The first $1 trillion game Right? First $1 billion game. Ah! Knock myself over. Keep knocking myself over with this damn tractor beam. Is it really my fault or is it the developer's fault? Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. There we go. Get rid of these small boxes. Ah! There we go. I know, right? That's a lot of booze. I mean, you got stims, you got cocaine, you have meth. I mean, this is gonna be a hell of a party. White lights. That's why there's medical supplies in there, just in case you need that Narcan, right? Just in case someone parties a little too hard. Like that scene from Pulp Fiction where they use adrenaline to wake that girl up who OD'd on heroin. A $5 milkshake. You guys put booze in it? Nope. So it's just a milkshake that costs $5. That was back like in the 1990s when $5 was actually something. Fuck me. I remember when $5 actually did something for you. There's probably a Reaper. What fucking game are we playing? Reapers don't exist in Star Citizen. Yes, Reapers. There's a boomer reference. Alright, nav mode, here we come. You played some real life today and it confused the shit out of you. Yeah, real life tends to be confusing towards nerds. There's like expectations. Man, ever since they released the Outside DLC, I could never get used to it. They ruined the game. They ruined it, Jadehawk. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the pet expansion. A lot of management, though. Ugh. So they have like a goddamn... A new 4.5 P2 available to backers. What's the patch notes? Did you play No Man's Sky? Yeah, I played it for a few hours. Can't remember how many hours I had into it at the end of the day. Oh, they have some engineering updates, experimental feature VR, bug fixes. Let's read through this when we get docked to the station. Oop. Da, 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 da. All right, let's call for a landing.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Okay. There it is. Still working on the old control scheme here.
Alert. Front crash close. Alert. Starboard crash close.
Eventually we'll figure out how to get this a little bit more better.
Front crash close.
Alright, definitely need to drop our landing gear.
Crash close. Landing gear down. Alert.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Close. Launch complete.
Apparently, oh, it registers we're in an enclosed structure. I just realized that. Set that down.
Engines off. Landing complete.
So if you're inside the hangar and you activate your quantum drive, it's like, nope, you're inside of a structure. That's a lot of booze. Hell of a party. Alright, let's get all this shit unloaded. And we have Revenant Tree Pollen, which I think is a reagent for drugs. It's not actually a drug. I'm doing hauling missions in my C1 spirits that I got from Wicklow. Oh yeah. I really enjoy the realism style, like Star Citizen. I wish the game would have some future, the same amount of content, or even half of like No Man's Sky. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's the whole Squadron 42 thing that's holding us up here. Chris Roberts is focusing on getting that piece of shit out the door. So hopefully he'll get like Squadron 42 out, and that'll be the end of it. Like we won't have another Squadron sequel or anything. I really hope that we don't have anything more after Squadron single player wise. Just focus on Star Citizen from now on. And Chris is gonna be like, but we left Squadron 42 off on a cliffhanger. We have to do a second game. I don't know, like, I think a lot of the reviews for Squadron 42 was it's not worth the wait. Right. Well, that was a long time ago. They may have, the reason why Squadron 42 is taking so long is because they gave up on the episodic content. That was back when, like, even Valve was thinking about, oh, we could do episodic games, where you just make a single-player game, and then you, release another, you know, more story for that single-player game using the same engine and roughly the same assets. And that ended really fucking quickly. Discussing anti-Semites in lead roles? You mean people who don't want to see children die in Gaza? I'm like, I just, Jade Hawk, why the fuck are we even talking about this? You know what? He does this every so often, where he just has like this unhinged opinion. And it's just like, no, we're not going to talk about this shit. I don't fucking care. I'm not taking the bait. Shut the fuck up, Jade. I don't fucking care. Anyways, what the fuck we were talking about? We were talking about Star Citizen, right? I know, right? That's why I timed him out, Lunatic Boko, because we were just gonna go into a place that just, no, fuck it. I didn't want to go there. And I still don't want to go there, because I feel like I need to explain my position, but no, fuck off. We were talking about Star Citizen, we were talking about Squadron 42, we were talking about how the reviews are going to say the wait wasn't worth it, right? That's how the reviews are going to go. You're going to have 13 years, 14 years of development timeline, $1 billion, and they're going to be, it's going to be like Wing Commander 4 all over again. I can see it, right? Because I'm pretty sure back when, I don't know if GameStop has like an old ass review for Wing Commander 2000. So it's finally here, the fourth most video game intensive of the Wing Commander series made its way to PlayStation. Too bad it's taken about 2 years to get here. Although Wing Commander 4 boasts an excellent storyline and solid gameplay, delay and release should ensure that just about every player who'd be interested in the game has probably already played it on the PC. But for those that haven't, okay, so this is the PS1 release of the Wing Commander 4. Although not earth-shattering, Wing Commander 4 gameplay is still very solid, surprisingly, when you consider the fact that it's based on an engine that's already had a couple years old. As in earlier installments in the series, you'll spend most of your time patrolling, moving waypoint to waypoint, wiping out enemies you may encounter along the way. As you progress, you're given access to different ships and range of simplistic Hellcat 5 to the blistering powerful Banshee. The missions are balanced and get progressively harder as the game goes on. Basically, the game is just like its PC counterpart every way we want. The controls. Yeah. And the end, Wing Commander 4 is a game where every action or adventure fan should think about purchasing just for its brilliant storyline and tried and true gameplay. Even so, if you tend towards frustration and psychotic episodes when playing a game that doesn't control well, you're able to purchase a barrel of Thorazine. The PC one, there was like a review that basically like panned Wing Commander 4 is just more of the same. I can't remember if it's like IGN or something. That was like one of the things. The good, not applicable. I know, right? But that was like the problem with Wing Commander 4 was that it was basically Wing Commander 3 gameplay wise was far more revolutionary when it released, and Wing Commander 4 basically didn't push the envelope at all. From my recollection, I actually played them on stream a while ago. While the plot, the story, and the writing for Wing Commander 4 were amazing, when Wing Commander 3 came out, it was just like, holy crap, 3D graphics! Immersive stuff! And of course, Prophecy released as well, and Prophecy was basically like nothing as well. That was problems with like a lot of the flight sims at the time. Oh yeah, we also got patch notes to read. Is what exactly are you doing to push the envelope to make the game more advanced? And we may end up having that with like Squadron 42, where it's just like, yeah, it took this hilarious amount of time to release, and it's basically just a movie, right? That's basically, I think, the biggest criticism of Squadron 42. It's basically just, it's mostly like cutscenes. It's just a movie, right? With occasional like frantic gameplay elements in between all the walking and talking, where you're walking next. That was one of the things I heard from like, there was a rumor from like supposedly a former employee on Reddit posted a thing about Squadron 42 where there was a hilarious amount of walking and talking, where you're constantly walking next to Mark Hamill, you're constantly walking next to like another NPC or something. They're constantly like dialogue dumping as you're walking to the next objective. So that's the thing. So this is not that patch notes. That's not the patch notes. Let's actually look at SC testing chat. Yeah. Let's make sure we get this correct. All right. So we have some engineering updates. Star Citizen Alpha 4.5 PTU 10.92.97.24 patch notes. Audience all waves. Server and food PTU channel US only. Long-term persistence enabled starting at C15 million. And you notice they're no longer telling us the mesh configuration, because it's a distraction, folks. We don't need to know how many servers and what the player limit is. Tonight's build contains further loot pool and collector recipe adjustments for the refreshed of loot around the PTU, around the PU. And if I cared to play and actually put enough hours in to check the loot pool, maybe I'd give a fuck. But I don't. So testing feedback focus is stability and bug fixes, engineering armor ship balance, Vulcan renderer graphics settings updates, physicalized helmets, snub fighters, interceptor balance pass, PU loot refresh, collector rebalance, additional hairstyles, experimental VR support. So Star Citizen's finally getting official virtual reality support. Known issues. Ships have got a critical power plant, but then restored through repair and second drift. Yeah, it's the same shit as this morning. We're not going to read this. Same crap. I'm more interested in the features and gameplay. Gameplay, engineering update. Critical timer for power plants doubled. Only the power plant will receive damage now, and not other components and thrusters, when a critical part, such as the ship's hull, reaches 0 health. Increased shield regen and health for size 2 shields. Fixed fuse damage modifier for single-seater ships with no interior. Fixed shield balancing for capital ships. Further Idris M silencer attack armor updates to differentiate military variants. Fixes for ships overheating when initially spawned by ASOP. Added legend to 3D view. Added alert icons to support static critical icons. Fixed room buttons, critical circle sizes. Added darkening background to filters. Made font sizes and spaces more uniform. Adjustments to weapon nudge and angles. Added fuses and more filled salvage containers to ship component shops. This is the PTU. Yes. This is just for the PTU. Setting default interaction of harvestables to be store instead of carry. Yeah, because I've never really need to carry a harvestable to hand it to somebody. Usually I just want to pick up harvestables and harvests, you know, from the environment and put them in my backpack and just collect all of them. Yeah, so critical timer for power plants doubled. So when your power plant does go critical, you have a time to get out of your seat and run over and, like, repair it. Or someone can get out of their seat, out of a turret or something, and run over to their power plant and hit it with the repair beam. Only the power plant will receive damage now, and not other components and thrusters, when a critical part such as the ship's hull reaches 0 health. So, why does the power plant receive damage when the ship's health reaches 0? Shouldn't you have to shoot the power plant? Isn't that the whole fucking point? That doesn't seem like as it should, right? So we have this weird double system going on where you can shoot the power plant and disable the power plant, or you could just shoot the ship until it blows up, like before. I thought we were going to get rid of the shoot the ship until it blows up like before bullshit. You had to actually go for the components. That's what the whole, like, sniping component mode was for. That's on your right mouse button. Cortec, experimental feature VR implementation. 4.5 brings virtual reality into Star Citizen as a new experimental feature. We will be accepting bugs and feedback through Issue Council and Spectrum. As this feature has been in the works for a long time, we have made a full post to go over the feature settings servers that can make this feature fit your playstyle. And I don't use virtual reality. I'm sure other people do, so there you go. We could copy that, put that into... There we go. Experts decided to do something a little different with Alpha 4.5. Early experimental VR support. Everything's early, right? Early access, early alpha. As part of our commitment to innovation, we've always encouraged our developers to stay current and explore ideas that could open up new possibilities for Star Citizen. This VR implementation grew out of the exploration mindset in a small... You mean like the part... the stretch goal that said virtual reality would be like part of Star Citizen? Well, actually it was just the hangar module, they said, but it assumed it was going to be part of the greater part of Star Citizen. So this is like something that CIG promised they would do over 10 years ago. Luke Brogo was like, hold on, Vertigo, wait a minute. What are you telling us? Like, Star Citizen was supposed to have Oculus Rift support back in, like, 2014? Yep, this game in peak sometimes have like 50 yeah, you could have 60 frames per second and still stutter. Micro stutters. Welcome to hell. Welcome to Star Citizen. This VR implementation grew out of exploration. You mean stuff you just promised to do all those years ago? This is not our full VR launch. When the day arrives, we'll make plenty of noise about it, but we're rolling out today as an opportunity for some early hands-on time with very much the spirit of the open development, so you can jump and see how things are shaping up and help guide what comes next. Because this feature is highly experimental, not all gameplay interfaces will behave as expected in VR mode. You should expect issues, missing functionality, or elements that simply do not render or interact correctly. This is normal for something at this stage. You're looking forward to hearing your first impressions, anything that stands out. There's a lot more to do. Be excited to have more of you along for the ride. Setting again bold, this is an experimental feature. With that out of the way, let's dive into some further details. Key feature, anywhere, anytime, VR. Experience the entire Star Citizen universe in virtual reality, from main menu to FPS gameplay, or flying your ships and everything in between. VR theater mode. Toggle between full VR and theater mode anytime, giving you the best of both worlds. Theater mode projects a virtual screen in your headset with full game compatibility using the standard desktop pipeline. Love flying in VR, but prefer traditional controls for FPS? Just press a button, instantly switch between full immersion and theater mode, complete with the head tracking support. Theater mode mirrors your desktop resolution, so you can play at ultra widescreen in VR without even removing your headset. VR dynamic switch. Let the engine handle the VR switch automatically. Whether you put it in your headset, VR will enable on its own. If you take it off, you'll be back to desktop mode. Note that not all headsets support this moment. Not all headsets are supported at this moment. Getting started. Make sure you're running the game using Vulkan Renderer first, starting with Alpha 4.5. This should be by default. And the Direct 3D 11 renderer is not currently supported. Simply connect your VR headset and ensure your preferred OpenXR runtime is set as active. Star Citizen will automatically detect your headset and initialize the engine for it. If a headset was detected, VR options will automatically appear in settings, comms, VoIP, VR head tracking session. All you have to do is turn it on there. When troubleshooting, if VR options do not appear, check your game log file and search for OpenXR to identify initializing errors. Default key bindings, toggle VR on off is numpad /. That's /, I believe. Toggle theater mode is left alt plus numpad 5. Recenter view is numpad 5. All bindings can be customized under advanced controls, key bindings, comms, VoIP, VR head tracking. And then we have VR specific settings. You will find a series of new settings in the options under comms, VoIP, VR head tracking that will only show up when you have a VR headset connected. VR enabled enables and disables the headset, also via keybind. VR theater mode enables disabled theater mode, also available by keybind. VR theater mode scale and distance allows you to adjust the theater mode to your liking. VR automatic switching automatically enables disabled VR based on headset detection. If your headset supports it via sensor, verified on Quest 3 compatibly varies by headset. VR interpupillary distance scale. This allows you to further scale the IPD distance that your VR headset is reporting. Effectively means you can expand and contract the distance between your eyes. VR show console, self-explanatory, shows you the console. VR monitor mirror mode allows you to set what your normal screen will show while you play, useful specifically for streamers. Oh, white light, I am solely imagining that this is going to cause problems for Star Citizen. It's welcome to Star Citizen. There's going to be bugs, issues, glitches. VR actor control mode allows you to define how you want the game to play in VR during the FPS on foot sections using your default mouse and keyboard controls. Since we do not support normal VR locomotion, yet there are two ways you can pick. Pitch lock default. The mouse yaw allows you to turn, but aiming up and down will not move your head, but just your gun pitch angle. You have to manually adjust your head to look along the aim line of your gun. That gives you a stable view, which causes less motion sickness, but somewhat a suboptimal aim experience. Direct offset mode. Wiggle the mouse so don't get kicked out. The VR camera is directly offset from your normal game camera. Very easy to use, but the camera will tilt while leaning or high pitch angles. It's faster to use in terms of normal SC gameplay, but less stable and therefore more prone to motion sickness. VR vehicle HUD projection distance allows you to define at which distance infinity projected vehicle HUD elements are shown. Gunnery pips, the advanced HUD, or aiming crosshair. By default is set to 100 meters, at which parallax effects should not be visible anymore. VR visor lens aspect ratio distance height scale allows you to tweak placement of the visor and lens elements. Additionally, we have whitelisted some advanced settings which can change via the console. We don't recommend changing them, but you're free to experiment with them. G head tracking, HDM actor IK offset position applied seat. This will adjust the actor rig based on the VR position offset while being seated, similar to what normal head tracking does. G head tracking, HDM actor IK offset rotation applied seat. This will adjust the actor rig based on additional VR offset while being seated. Enabling this will adjust the unified actor rig based on where you look with the headset, but also induce more motion sickness as the actor's posture changes with it. G head tracking, HDM actor IK offset rotation apply default. This will adjust the actor rig based on rotational VR offsets, which while not being seated. Enabling this will adjust the unified actor rig based on where you look with the headset, but it will also induce some more motion sickness as the actor posture changes with this. G head tracking, HDMI vehicle ads. Well, we're getting ads in Star Citizen for vehicles. Allow position offset. 1 by default. If enable allows VR offset to be applied to the precision targeting camera. G head tracking, HDM actor shake, apply rotation offset. This is 0 by default, so it's off. If enable allows shake to happen in the VR camera, until further testing, we turn this off, but you're free to try it out if you want to go on to a vomit comment. R, stereo depth composition, off by default. If enabled, provides open XR with the scene's depth buffer. This may improve any kind of reprojection behavior. Please let me know if you see improvements with this. Performance consideration. Enabling VR will impose additional performance impact depending on your machine's hardware capabilities. Performance may suffer without adequate VRAM or current generation GPU, CPU. Our recommendations. Enable upscaling for substantial performance improvements. Ensure your system meets or exceeds recommended VR specifications. Monitor VRAM usage. Adjust settings accordingly. Meta Quest Link users. We recommend disabling asynchronous space warp on the Oculus debug tool to prevent severe reprojection artifacts when using Meta Quest Link. These artifacts become increasingly pronounced as frame rate drops. This issue may be resolved in the future once we implement the XRFB space warp extension, but now disabling ASW provides a better experience. All right, what do we got here? Current limitations. The following features are currently disabled. Holographic displays like ship radars, visor effects, frost rain, water interaction effects. Known issues. Actors look offset via VR are not visible to other players yet. Precision targeting does not zoom in VR yet. In vehicle seat, unlocked gimbals may not work when they are slaved to the view. We recommend you do not slave the gimbals to your view direction. UI elements, personal inventory, world markers, weapon customization, and more need optimization for VR. Gravelet vehicles have incorrect head position. You may toggle theater mode for any VR-specific issues you encounter. Bug reporting. Please report VR issues to the Issue Council and use the experimental VR category so we can isolate and find VR-specific issues rapidly. Before reporting VR bugs, please verify the issue in VR-specific by testing in theater mode or with VR disabled. This helps us isolate and address VR-specific problems more effectively. I mean, maybe if they paid us, we'd do this, but a lot of people are just going to vomit these onto the Issue Council as they find them. Looking forward, our immediate focus, polishing current implementation, resolving existing issues. Once stable, we'll explore exciting additions like motion control support, full body tracking, face and eye tracking integration, and more. Oh, God, he's got a personal message. A personal and heartfelt message from myself. I joined CIG in 2018, make a dream come true. I've poured my heart and soul into this, and I'm extremely happy and proud to see you're finally in your hands. There is nothing quite like seeing something amazing and detailed in ships in VR and grasping the grandness and scale of Star Citizen universe in this way. I've spent lots of time integrating the theater mode and dynamic stereo switch. Note the headset needs to support it, so you can seamlessly swap between VR and desktop at any time without any restrictions. I want to see someone build a contraption where you can pull the headset from the ceiling to enter VR and take it off, switch back to desktop. Please share a video, ping me if you accomplish that. So they want the headset to come down from the ceiling. Like, thanks to everyone who helped this journey, make your dream come true, especially blah, 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 all these people. Purchasing it in summer, all the QA rigor testing and man himself, Chris Roberts, for giving us the opportunity to become real space explorers. Note that the current 4.5 PTU does not contain any of the options yet. Stay tuned for just a little bit until we get there. This is just the beginning. There's still a lot to do, so hit me with your feedback and suggestions, Sylvan, CIG. The current Windows 11 version doesn't have mixed reality support anymore, so you can get older WMR headsets running using Steam's Oasis drivers. So the current Windows... What the fuck is... What are they doing? Well done to you all. Going to be fantastic. Dress off HP2 VSet, installing PTU. Thanks for your advanced, awesome individual VRs. Advances. Appreciate the true scale services about 3. Edit. Physicalized helmets. I want to see what you did there. Well played. Well played indeed. HP. What is HP2 V2 headsets? Is that the Vi or something? No. That's the I can't remember. Is that the Steam one? The one Valve did? The current Windows 11 version doesn't have mixed reality support anymore, so you can get older WMR headsets running using Steam Oasis drivers. Also, passionate side project. Widescreen Jesus now, VR Jesus. Keep it up, Sylvan. Have a nice, lovely day. I'm sorry, glad people still remember it. Oh yeah, they had a hilarious problem with widescreen support years ago. Well, there you go. There's the VR support for Star Citizen. The standard HP headset? What is that? I don't do VR, so I don't know your kids and your slang. What are we talking about here? Yeah, we're still grinding this shit out. We use those for our client trainings and engineering room. Okay. Nope. Don't turn it off. Let's get call ATC here. Oh, it's Hewlett-Packard. Okay, that's what HP stands for, not Steam. Wait, Hewlett-Packard made a fucking VR headset? What? That's why I didn't click, because when I think of Hewlett-Packard, I think of, like, PCs, right? Printers? Fax machines? I told you, I'm not in like the VR scene, so I have no idea who's making VR headsets these days. All right, if you insist, Hewlett-Packard was ahead of their time, I'll believe you. Just a night for IT to actually make it work. Ugh. Well, there you go, folks. Hewlett-Packard. I never thought I'd see that come up in conversation. So there you go. You got VR support, experimental VR support at that. We got new patch notes. Of course, we read through all the patch notes. So I'm interested to see what the increased shield regen and health for size 2 shields. Size 2 shields were already pretty decent, right? It's like a capital ship shields that needed to be like buffed. Shield balancing for capital ships. Whatever this means, fixed shield balancing for capital ships. Does this mean the fucking Idris got nerfed to hell and back? You know what? I need to just take fucking... Where is it? Urkel. I need to take Urkel off here. I don't even like Urkel. Where is it? Performance viewer. What was it? 10-0 something? 97-24. Oh, look at that. That's right there. We got a couple million mommy milkies away. So, how about the Idris? Idris M. Physical damage modifiers, energy, physical, so it has like negative resistance. I'm assuming that's better. Fuse is negative 30%. Physical, so it has damage resist. The body has a hilarious amount. Health is like 2.3 million armor hit points. That's actually something, right? A Vulture and a Mustang. We'll go ahead and get out of nav mode here. Oops. I think the Mustang's the bigger threat. Yeah, it's something about, like, I guess the cooling capacity for those laser cannons. Because they keep breaking in quantum for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, shit. Alright, so this is gonna be a gigantic pain in the ass. Maybe I could use the tractor beam to grab onto it and stop it. Oh, or not, because it's just... oh, hold on a second. I just remembered that this thing does have a track. Of course, for some reason, the tractor beam points forward. Why would it do that? I wish there was a way to, like, arrest all the movement. But you can't. I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to rotate this thing to stop. Arc VR! Thanks for that raid. We got Elite Easy. Okay, does that work? I mean, it's not moving away from me anymore. It's just kind of flipping out in space. Let me get you, I'm guessing this guy, his name is Arc VR. You think he'd be, like, enjoying the VR stuff for Star Citizen. Right? We read the patch notes. For the VR experimental on the PTU. Did you do anything with that, Arc VR? Or not. But you have tested. I figured you'd at least test it off stream or something. But yeah, that's... VR requires a lot more horsepower than just playing Star Citizen. But playing and streaming Star Citizen at the same time is kind of a pain in the butt too. So it looks like we're gonna have to kick all this stuff out. Because I'm an idiot and I bumped the ship. I mean, if there was a tractor beam setting to just, like, arrest all the movement, that'd actually be pretty useful. Or we could just do it this way. This works too. I'm perfectly capable of handling the situation. Are you gonna head out, Ark? Okay. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Oh my lord. All these little boxes. Alright. I should probably get these in here. Oh my god, it's drifting further away. What would happen if you spin that ship as fast as possible attached to it? Yes. With the tractor beam. There are no meg boots in Star Citizen. There is supposed to be some sort of, like, grabby hand thing. How many flannel shirts do I own? About 6. About 6 of them. Alright, so I think it's actually slowing down a little bit. So can we just drag this thing over? Let's bring it closer. There we go. And I watched them all yesterday. I can still hear the tractor beam going. But yeah, if you just spin the ship, you can still attach to it. Because it's... The beam only draws you in at a certain rate. So if something moves away from you at a faster rate than the beam could drag you in, it just moves away from you. If that makes any sense. We've tried towing people We've tried towing people using the tractor beam with ships, and the ships just break the tractor beam. You just break free from the tractor beam as soon as the ship starts moving fast enough. So if you lock onto a ship that's rotating and it moves faster than the tractor beam can drag you in, the tractor beam just breaks. So you can't have that. I know, right? No fun allowed. You see, you can't have a person attached to a ship moving at like 1,300 meters per second. Like, CIG just does not allow that. Nobody killed. No. I mean, like, well, for one, in order to get access to this place, you have to have the marker. Depends on how many markers there are for Nyx. I'm willing to bet there's not a lot of markers for this system. But I don't know if a lot of people are doing these missions. There we go. I got out of the ship and went back to my ship to find a dude. To find the dude mission? I'm sorry, what? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willis? Well, you can't. You can't use the Atlas to attach yourself to stuff. Atlas can't be used in 0G. But that's another thing we tried. Can the Atlas actually be useful in 0? No, it can't. Yeah, like there's even the Atlas Geo, which has thrusters on it, cannot be used in 0G. Once it goes into 0G, it's basically worthless. I mean, like, they have everything set up to allow something like that to happen. To just copy and paste the code for, like, the player movement, 0G movement, to, like, a mech suit movement for 0G. Let's park these 4SU boxes. Anyways, what? TCP Thrasher. I got out of the ship and went back to my ship to find a dude mission. Not worth the 21K. When I entered my ship's already... Somebody already shot me when nobody was there. What? So there was like someone who was like stranded in space and they ambushed you? Probably got their ship blown up and they decided to kill you and take your ship. Piracy. There we go. This is a lot more convenient. This big box. I think that's going to hit the C1. May have done a little bit. A little too much oomph. Nah, that stopped. There we go. Yeah, well, you're supposed to go out and find the dude's corpse, right? And so you went out there, and you got back into your ship after finding the dude, and you got shot in your ship. Yeah, that sounds like Star Citizen. Or Rust, or Arc VR. Or not Arc VR. Yeah, let's blame Arc VR. It's his fault. He's just a dirty, filthy griefer. We can blame him because he's not here. There we go. But yeah, I mean, it's just... the Nyx system is basically like Pyro in that regard, where there's no, outside of like Levski and the space stations, the two jump stations, there is no monitored space. And there is a hint that the Nyx system may become monitored space, part of the Empire. Like medium security, similar to like Stanton on the loading screen for the PTU. Really? It takes too long to find the guy? I usually found him pretty quickly. Huh. Maybe it's me. Alright, nav mode, here we come. I did one of them. I found the corpse pretty goddamn quick. Maybe I just had a lot of practice over the years. Because those missions were like my bread and butter back in the day. Oh, the fuck is it 70k to get the Levski, no warp like 24k? What the fuck are you flying? That costs 70,000 credits to refuel. And the only reason why we're doing this mission is because I want to see what the... the Dead Saints turns into. But we're gonna have to, like, grind out these delivery missions. Oh, gigameters. Okay, so 70k gigameters. Gotcha. I thought you were talking about, like, money. Like, you're complaining about how much they're paying you. But yeah, it's a big system, like Pyro. Everybody comes here. Everybody's like, I'm so gonna be excited to set my spawn point to Levski. And there's like nothing here. Just like the old Levski. Where it too almost didn't have any content. The old Delamar. There was almost no gameplay reasons to go there because you could get just about anything there elsewhere. It had Miles Eckhart for the longest time that didn't work. Miles Eckhart would not talk to you. Or you wouldn't get the option to show up to select tell me more, right? He'd sit down in front of him, or he wouldn't talk to you. You get the mission to go meet the guy. You couldn't sit down and talk to him. Or you could sit down and talk to him, and he wouldn't give you the option to like, oh yeah, I totally want to see the mission. Or he'd give you the mission, and the mission would just fail as soon as you left Levski. Because the mission would spawn in as soon as you accepted it, and the mission would spawn in at like a, it would spawn in at Kovalex. And because the server, the amount of play space you had was very limited, there was guaranteed to be someone at Kovalex. So your bounty would get killed by someone else because your bounty was killed by somebody else. You didn't kill it, you'd get failed. Because they didn't want to give people free money. There we go. They didn't want to give people free money back then. You actually had to earn your money. So if someone did the mission for you, it just failed. Hmm. It does make it a little easier to land with the double joystick. Alright. Set that down.
Have a pleasant stay.
It should be on one of the shelves. I did one, and it gave you like a pico or something. Hmm. So yeah, I did one of them. I was actually gonna log in today, see if I could do another one, but apparently they're not. The luminal deliveries aren't set up for like Nick's. I'd have to go back to Stan. CIG should have set them up in Pyro, right? All right. So we got stuff and things. All right. So how's our rep doing? We're probably have to grind out more tomorrow for the Dead Saints. Yeah. It's moving, just not very fast. Yeah, well, I've had practice, TCP Thrasher. And plus the buffs they gave to the tractor beams help. They improved how tractor beams work. All right, let's get this guy lined up here. We'll be logging back in here tomorrow. Boop. Probably need to buy a bunch of shit. Repair, rearm. Make sure we get... There we go. Actually, just power the whole thing off. There we go. Nah, the rifle... you really don't need the rifle. Right now, like I think the one-hander works on everything. I think. Maybe I don't think it works on the 32s or the 16s on one hand. Yeah. So I think the 32s and the 16s, maybe the 24s, you need a two-hander for. If we're doing these missions, the one-hander's fine. So let's store this piece of crap. And they'll be ready for us tomorrow, where we can do even more of these, get to the next level. All right. Let's call that a stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed today's broadcast. We'll be back tomorrow with more Star Citizen live, not PTU, because Fuck the PTU. We'll deal with engineering when engineering goes live. I have no more desire to experience the PTU these days. Let's see here. We got Subliminal going. We got Loken going. Devin Aubrey's playing some Star Citizen. Sure. We'll raid Devin Aubrey. She's a nice gal. There we go. So hopefully everybody has a good day. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. If not, have a good one.